that relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
All right, yes, sir.
What up? How's it going, boys? Time for a little trial action. Action. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Yeah, I am live. And we got the trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, because I heard Amber Heard is going to be testifying today, which is interesting, I think. So that's the game plan. Another early AM journalist trial stream. I wish I had tea on me. Kidding me? Sitting here tealess. All I got's a banana and a protein shake. Lud just woke up. I did. Look, this is my bed. You can see my bed imprinted into my head. Look at that. Do you see that? It's imprinted. I look like I just got in a fight. Well, got in a fight 8 years ago. That's embarrassing. Just woke up, hair still perfect. My hair's not perfect. But it gets the job done. Ask A-Truck, he's the coffee cow. You know the weird part about A-Truck being the coffee cow is that he doesn't drink coffee at all. He's not a coffee guy at all. Yet he's the coffee cow. I don't understand. Isn't that the joke? That, to be fair, is a dog shit joke. What's the cow aspect? You had to be there? I don't think I did. I'm glad I wasn't. I watched A-Truck beat the Omen last night. That was great. Never for once in my life do I wish I was there for the coffee cow moment. React to Saikuno. Grim_BBX. We reacted to Saikuno. You're asking me to react to Saikuno for specifically you, but I don't do that. Please ask your classmates for notes.
Around the circumstances that gave rise to the TRO?
With on May 21st?
Yes.
EU stream,
yes, I
show
did.
up, or never again.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that?
Ooh!
I don't know.
All right.
Did Amber Heard pipe Elon Musk? I mean, they dated after, so they definitely piped. The question is whether they piped before she broke up with Johnny or after. I'm gonna say it. That's like an insane back-to-back-to-back lineup from Amber Heard. Johnny Depp to
You
James Franco to Elon
cannot
Musk. That's nuts.
Testify that Johnny Depp was not abused. Can you?
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
This is Amber Heard's psychologist that they hired. That
No
didn't
further
seem like a good
All right,
answer
redirect.
for Amber Heard's team. that seems like a bad answer for Amber Heard's team. Chat.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was
Amber
the
Heard's
first
lawyer.
one. If we can bring that up.
Amber Heard's lawyer now. They're swapping out.
Help with that. 1241?
Dr. Curry. Dude, you know what? People have been so fucking annoying about this case because they're like, look at Johnny's person, she's hot, and look at
if you
Amber's,
can
she looks
scroll
like
down,
a Karen.
What was the significance of this presentation?
They're just humans.
And can you give her control, or do you have to have control? Of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay.
What happened
Can
to
you
no
please tell the
simping?
jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
it,
correct? Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up.
There's a lawyer reacting to this. You should link up. I'm a journalist, which is like two lawyers in one.
All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, well, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242, first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
Okay. And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is, a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence.
Don't say you're our throat goat.
And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
Don't say the truth, journalist. I'm pretty sure everyone hates this psychologist that Amber Heard hired because she said that, like,
Oh, no.
she
Oh,
said
I
something
need-
that
we need
alluded
con-
to it being
Thank
very
you.
hard
Thank
for
you,
men to
Sam.
ever be abused genuinely.
But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to defendants 1435, please.
That was what she said, yeah. Her CV, yeah, she's applying for a job.
Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this was one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
1738. Is it bad that I trust Lud on this more than other people? Yeah, probably. But hey, while you're here,
It's not
Ludwig.gg,
It's
you know?
the DSM-5.
Yeah, that's actually
But
probably
she
the greatest thing you
administered
can
all
do in
these
your
tests,
life.
Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it. I think
Well, there was no objection to when they put theirs in.
I would
Now
say-
they're objecting to you putting.
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put their test in. Now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
But that's not a completeness argument. Then that's just a different test.
Well, that's
But what's the objection, though? That there's. Okay. All right. I'll sustain the objection. Thanks.
all right, well, then we'll go for the other ones.
They're like a
did the
20-minute argument, and this
TSI
dude just stands up and says hearsay, and it's over? What the
Before
fuck?
we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the diagnostic
That was the same
and
question.
statistical manual for psychiatric disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder
Nice
or
nails.
PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician-administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
Oh, you have to remove the and.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
Right. So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where
Hello,
she
Jimmy
had
Film. Thank you for
elevated
6 months.
scales on PTSD measures which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there were multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given one page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and one page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on
Chewy, those are
respective
resold.
tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's
And
Exhibit
I can't stop it,
1858.
sadly. What are they trying to do today?
the
This is
full
Amber
PAI.
Heard's psychologist
And
And
was this the
they're
actual
trying to
testing
prove-
and scoring?
that Amber Heard has
Yes, this is
PTSD
the
for real, for
profile,
real.
the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Heard answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant
Dude,
symptoms that correspond
how are you
with
supposed to be a
traumatic
jury member in
stress
this?
and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
That's confusing as fuck.
And I believe you said again that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Oh,
So
fucking
elevated
owned.
scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant, and then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like
just got the
depression
notification
or
you're live.
anxiety. It
So-
gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting
Thank you,
depressive
Mags.
symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's usually about a T-score of a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1858,
Objection, hearsay.
and this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's bring up 1859. And this is, you were shown one page from the TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score,
a good
she
actual
had,
question, Rio. I'm
elevations
gonna
in
ask.
intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well.
Chat, did you see
And,
my VOD
that's
get
a related
fucked
trauma
yesterday?
symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
Okay. And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to one page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
I
Yeah,
tried
move the
rating
admission of
Valkyrie,
Defendant's
and it
Exhibit
deleted my
15 for
VOD.
1859,
It became a
Objection,
clip.
hearsay.
and I would argue the
If
completeness
we could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
For like I had a 4-hour VOD, and I tried to raid Ray, and then it didn't work, so I gave up. And then when I ended stream, my stream was a 17-second clip, but it went away. Why is this boring? Because it's court, you dipshit. Go open up TikTok and eat fucking Pop Rocks. What do you fucking want from me? Court's not boring. I find this enthralling. But if you find it boring, you probably just, Ninja's gonna go get a victory royale, my man. What do you want from me here? VOD came back. I just started streaming like 20 minutes ago.
You were shown a couple of finger
Constant entertainment at all
pictures.
times.
Of Mr. Depp. And I believe you indicated, those were shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for
All
sure.
right. Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibits 373.
Should I watch yesterday's VODs for the plot? Yesterday's VOD was, I believe, this same psychologist, right?
Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
I don't see it, and Jamie doesn't have it, so 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think.
They didn't
there
submit
was
their
a
homework.
version of that. If I may,
I don't know that.
You're out of-
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
the part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go it a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
Dude, that is so uncomfortable. You didn't do your
398
homework, and then you
redacted
said,
is
"No, I
evidence.
did.
That might be the one.
No, I did. I did." Did you check under your desk after lunch break when I walked into your classroom and put it there, but I accidentally was lying and wanted you to think I submitted it during class?
Blow that up.
I used to do that. That's actually 5-head strat. You want a little bit of cheating going on in your life? Because you didn't do your
I think
homework?
we're looking for.
You do that during lunch and you
move that
slip
up,
it under their desk after lunch.
There we go.
They know now?
Blow that one up.
Do they know?
And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
I think all teachers know you're cheating at all
And then I'm
times. They
gonna
just
draw
decide
your
whether they call you out or not.
attention to the last part of this, and this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I gotta figure out how to do this. I'm missing the control.
Ooh, this is a bad email.
Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should, thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper in 3/19/2015.
I don't think that
Objection
reads like
leading.
Okay,
I don't think it reads like a
Abstain
normal
objection.
sentence.
okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 499.
He types like a boomer. I believe he replied to that exact message and said it was a joke. Although he had a few different
You're right. I
messages
believe
about
this
chopping
one
his
is
own
in
finger
as
off
well,
that he
or
had
is
to
it-
reply
is
to.
it the
It's a
redacted?
redacted one.
But look, I don't think
That's
you
okay.
should be the ones that say that's just a joke. Johnny Depp said it when he was doing his testimony.
And then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier.
I
on
taught Yo
10/31,
Pimp when he was a
2015.
child.
And it says, this is the second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I
I
believe
will
do.
say this joke
Okay,
isn't
thank
as
you.
funny.
We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and do you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds
so
and
biased.
21.
I'm a firm believer that both psychologists are so biased.
knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh man. Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21.
The fuck was that
Correct.
question?
I understand.
Objection leading.
Okay?
It was the
Now
same
let's go to
question, but with
after-
timestamps. She
Thank you.
used
Now let's go to
timestamps.
after that, 2:52 to 2:52:34.
Just yesterday.
What is leading? Like trying to get to a point, but not letting the witness do it themselves?
Like since Australia. And I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, you've gone on a honeymoon. You had a great time other than the fact we had a fight in China.
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying longer distance from Australia.
No.
Can't hear a goddamn word.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37.
Couldn't hear a damn word.
And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp
Something in your hair?
said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled, okay.
Yeah, I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there were fights previously.
Okay, thank you.
The attorney asks a question when she puts words in the mouth of a witness, suggesting an answer.
I just couldn't take the idea of more physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because as we continue,
Great time to cough.
we've
I
got
know.
fucking bad. Baby, I told you this once. I'm scared to death. You're a fucking crime scene.
I know.
If we don't get our shit together. And that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, to do. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I do not want to divorce. I do not want to get out of
Yeah,
my
dude, you
life.
can't hear a fucking word of this guy. Can't hear a goddamn Jack Sparrow.
If I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize it.
Someone said Lil Xan.
Do you recall listening to that?
Long
part of
ago.
The audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, you know, I'm going to do my part, I'm going to do better.
okay. Is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more? I'm just,
Chad, it's not me. It's the thing that's low. She even talked about it in the. She broke the fourth wall.
thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm terrified how loud this shit gonna be. She said Jamie like Joe Rogan. Jamie, can we turn that up? Jamie, can you look up Johnny Depp abusing? You guess you can't trust those articles. Yeah, he works a day job. We all have to, you know.
When you're ready.
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you
In the moment.
decide all bets are off?
Moment. Well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's fucking put him away. Put him away. list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that. I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to
It's
know.
got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You
Tell
need
me.
to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like,
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
yes, exactly. If
Okay,
I do
but
something
get
that
mad
makes you
and then you
mad,
start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
You have to get better about that. Otherwise you would have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half.
I was talking about the yelling.
No, but you witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. You just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and in our hearts. Let's go back there. And know on your
Is
list.
the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train, you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person that is you.
That's not always.
It doesn't have to always be the monster, but what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? Will you call me out on it if I'm doing it?
Do you remember listening to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Dude,
Objection, Your Honor.
did she secret record that, or did he
Speculation.
secret record that?
She's an expert.
Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's 2 Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster.
I think the monster is drinking,
and the
right?
person who comes out, as we talked about, that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Or she's saying it's the person that hits
Thank
her.
you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes. And did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring up Defendants 1059?
We need a Matt Pat video on the monster. Of all the things we need as society,
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know
What
if I'm
is it?
throwing Matt Pat top 5.
This looks like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in
For that.
October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at
Ms.
that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected in these notes?
These
turn
were
off
the notes.
subtitles?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Why?
I
So
can
there's
ask it
blue.
differently. And
It blocks
what, if
nothing.
any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Rosa,
These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts, and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help.
Why is she
And
smiling?
She joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles
There's
with
no
substance
face
abuse.
Amber Heard could
We
make
see
that
how
you guys
she's
would be happy with,
reporting
I
a lot
think.
of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior.
Unless she did
we
this.
see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange because of the fighting at that time. Once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding
gal.
over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated
whole
that
time?
Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cohen and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Ms. Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes, and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
Third, get a third. Third
The
objection.
reason that Ms. Heard left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs were, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship, her therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children.
That's how it works in
and that
Phoenix
she would
Wright.
be a
You just
mandated
spam
reporter.
object.
So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with about Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these, and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit
Hearsay always
1057,
works.
please.
Hearsay always works, dude. It's OP. We should nerf it.
And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes.
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And the sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents, like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right,
I think
I'll
that-
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard.
I think commenting on her looks
she
or voice is dumb,
contacted
chat. You
Dr.
keep
Cohen
doing it.
either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt. but
Objection,
I'm safe."
hearsay.
Damn, he's fucking
I think
owning
she can
you.
rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
He's owning you.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
No!
Objections. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, roasted. Judge
You
overruled.
were asked about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase? as
Can't
it
go for
related
3.
to
Everybody
Amber
knows that. It's
Heard?
greedy.
Objection, Your Honor, no foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination.
fuck is
I'm
no
able
foundation?
to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife?
Let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please?
Not everybody gets it, okay? This is an expert, for crying out loud. She might have more
I
information on
believe you
knives.
in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by
Oh,
that?
that's kind of a nice knife.
Well, first, I believe that this
The
is
fuck?
the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone
Damascus.
Ranger, and he was in a turquoise phase.
That's what Dream was
and
talking about.
She purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
And
Objection,
what-
hearsay.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But she,
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, a party opponent
I'll
admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Okay.
He's a lot as hell.
And
For
what
no
is
damn reason.
your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in
He's
IPD
already
and
prepped.
trauma?
He's already prepped.
I mean,
Look at him.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Look at him. He was pre-jacking the object. He was hovered over, waiting for her to finish her sentence. Anxiety about being caught for domestic violence. More like, this is not a domestic violence case. This is a defamation lawsuit. This lawsuit is where defendant Amber Heard, not plaintiff Amber Heard, is defending herself against Johnny Depp, who's accusing her of lying in a 2016 Washington Post
Dr.
article.
Hughes, do you think that the phraseology on the knife bears any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any,
2018?
significance does the phraseology on the knife have to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
He brought it up in
I'll
cross, Your
overrule
Honor.
the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I
Damn.
certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp. She was
Purple Cliff.
engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her, was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that that was funny. Ms. Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the.
She's smiling. She's evil. She's evil. She smiled.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination and the redirect, what, if any, changes do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lunchtime?
Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom since you base your expert testimony, okay?
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you.
Not lunchtime?
All right, I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir? Okay.
Oh, they're approaching the bench. I think it's lunchtime. Lunchtime. Chad, we have a big announcement during lunch that I'll go over. I just want to make sure it is lunchtime at 12:47 in 23 seconds in Fairfax, Virginia. Is this on a delay at all? No, it's live. This is live as fuck. Damn. What is the delay on this? It's like maybe 30, 40 seconds. That's pretty impressive for court. Objection, hungry, and then objection, Your Honor, hungry. Objection, Your Honor, no bitches. I heard that Amber Heard was supposed to be on the trial on the witness stand today, which is why I booted it up. I don't know who they're bringing after lunch. We'll see, I guess. She isn't going today? I think she might be after lunch. How long's lunch? Probably like an hour and 15 usually. It'll probably be back at 11 Pacific, 2 Eastern. You're muted. You're muted.
Judy. Okay, let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you back here too, okay? All
When do we get
we'll
to
be
walk
back
away?
At 2 then? All right, thank you.
Oh, cool. Your honor. All right. Okay, chat. Huge announcement during lunch break. So you guys know the extension has been around for at least a few months now. We've been working on it for a while. While some big changes are coming to the extension very, very soon. very, very soon indeed. And that is that we now have an official team working on the extension, boys. There's an official team working on Truffle, and it's meant to be able to work with many other streamers, but also solve a lot more problems than just the problems that I have. So I got a new team. There's this article you guys can read on Bloomberg. I'm in a Bloomberg article. I can't read it because it wants me to fucking subscribe. All right? You have to create an account. All right, fine. I'll log in with Twitter. Choose your job. You have to subscribe. I'm not subscribing. I can't figure it out. I was sitting there like an idiot for 4 seconds trying to figure out how to do it. The only thing it wants me to do is put my credit card in. But anyway, we're going to start rolling out the extension to other YouTube streamers, but also to other Twitch streamers. And that's step one. So if any streamer people want the extension, there is a little bit of a wait list you guys can go to, or you can send your favorite streamer to on truffle.vip. Because ideally, everybody has the extension. It's not just for me to hog and have the best experience. It's for anyone. Why Twitch users? Because an extension is just a helpful thing that you can add anything to, right? And there are obvious problems with Twitch that you could immediately address. Probably 10 of which you could immediately think of. Link the article. Okay, actually, good point. If anybody does have Bloomberg. Any Bloomberg heads in chat? Any Bloomberg enjoyers? Anyway, I'll probably make a mogul mail that maybe goes over some of the info. It's like we got, so far we have a team of like, it's like a few full-time and then a few contract workers that are all working on the extension. You know, I think even hosting and raiding is a part of the extension. But the ability to also host and raid other Twitch streams. You can read it in incognito without signing up? You're kidding me. Ain't no way. Holy shit, you can. It's that easy? Nobody making a living on online platforms is immune to volatility, not even Ludwig Ogren, who in April 2021 set the record for the most subscribers ever on Twitch. Amazon Inc. streaming platform. After years of using Twitch to broadcast himself playing Melee, well, you know, more games than that, and chatting fans full time, Ludwig committed to punishing a punishing month-long period around-the-clock streaming he called a subathon. He peaked at 283,000 subscribers, each paying from 5 to 25. The numbers were fleeting by the next month. He'd lost all but 42,000 subscribers. Okay. All right, still pretty good. Okay, just want to... Still pretty good. Just want to clarify. Nothing wrong. 42K is pretty good. Okay? Like, it's not 280, but it gets the job done. It's not something to laugh at. We're not here omega lulling, right? We wouldn't. Okay. Some of you guys are. I wouldn't be omega lulling 42K. Okay. All right. Moving on. You reach a level of success and then you see it start to go away. It's how streaming works. Twitch, YouTube, and other streaming services have given live streamers such as Ogren the chance to build audiences and make media careers in ways they would have been impossible until a decade ago. But performers have to produce videos constantly to keep their viewers engaged. What Ogren did after his record-breaking subscriber base evaporated. They didn't evaporate. Like they're still around. They trickle in. They're just, it's less, I would say they no longer flood me. They did not evaporate. You know, they're all right. They're around. You know, come on. Shows how a handful of celebrity game streamers are looking to detach from this exhausting cycle and build more sustainable careers. Hours of live stream video gaming watched across all platforms. Lamau fell off, not even 9 billion. Lamau. In November, Ogren leveraged his Twitch fame into multi-million-dollar exclusive deal with its main competitor in game streaming, Alphabet's YouTube. He employs 12 people who produce his content, handle merchandising, and perform tasks. This month, dude, I do have 12 employees. This is true. But one of my employees, Nick Yingling, love Nick Yingling. I'm not a very professional guy. And Nick Yingling's he's a great employee. And he's like an assistant. He'll do like anything, like a PA. And he messaged me yesterday and he said, and I quote, "Hello, comma, anything I can help you with today, question mark?" And I replied, LOL, all caps. Because it was so professional. It was so professional. He replied LMFAO, all caps backwards, and he's like, I don't know, it's been a couple days. I just wanted to check in. Hello, anything I could help you with today? It was like Patrick. Remember Patrick starting that SpongeBob episode? Hello, I love you. That's what it felt like. I was like, we gotta relax here, Patrick. You're going a little too hard. He is just trying to do his job. I'm a bet boss. All right, I'll say it. This month, Ogren started his own company to provide technical infrastructure to other streamers. It's called Truffle. So Truffle is the new company I joined as a founder on, chat. Right? Truffle is the new company. So we now have a few more employees. Okay? And other founders on the company. And their only job at the moment is to make the extension POG. So there are a few people round clock whose job it is to make the extension as good as it can be. Why Truffle? Because the idea of the extension is that it's usable for anyone. And I don't want it to be like, you know, mogul fucking moves extension. And then, you know, I give it to Saikuno and he's using the mogul moves extension. Why Truffle? Oh, I'll show you. Dude, look at the pig. It's cute. The company will also eventually facilitate the creation of custom apps by third-party developers. I think that's the long-term goal, is for anyone to be able to build something on the platform of Truffle, and then any creator be able to use it. Look at this picture. I look fucking high. What? I look high as shit. I'm not high. I'm not high. I am so rarely high. Chat, you have never seen me high. Yet you, well, except for 1 yard episode. Well, 2 yard episodes. 3 yard episodes. 4 yard episodes, and that's final. Many prominent Twitch streamers are also looking to seed entrepreneurial ventures that rely less on the daily grind. Hanako Gia, a United Talent agency agent who works with several top stars, is seeing far more of them form game development studios, production companies, brand consulting firms, and direct-to-consumer marketing brands. The gaming landscape has dramatically evolved from where it was 5 years ago, and there's more opportunities for content creators now than ever, she says. Game streamers often struggle with burnout and other maladies of overwork and end up looking to diversify. You've seen countless streamers go through breakdowns, depression, or even worse, says top streamer Asmongold. Gold. What's up? It's me. Who doesn't share his full name publicly. Wait, is that true? Do people not know Asmongold's full name? I've never thought to ask. That's so interesting. this is embarrassing, but I thought his name was Zach Rar. But that's just what his account is called. Rar. In 2020, Asmongold, whose career has been marked by periodic burnout-inspired breaks, co-launched a network of influencers who collaborate on video content called One True King. The company negotiates sponsorship deals between brands and its members. Long infamous for young male performers engaging in sexist... What the hell is this sentence? Long infamous for young male performers engaging in sexist, racist, homophobic behavior. Game streaming. Oh, that's how they're introducing game streaming. Okay. Holy shit. I mean, look, you're not wrong, but damn, that's a mouthful to introduce game streaming. Game streaming has become tamer, at least compared to its recent past. Its audience also exploded since the beginning of the pandemic. That's created an opening for veteran performers to start companies like OTK to capitalize on the knowledge of the space in ways they couldn't by streaming alone. These startups connect the idiosyncratic and fast-paced streaming business with brands such as Hershey, MAC Cosmetics, Red Bull, and Uber Eats, which are eager to reach young and digitally naive audiences. The entrepreneurs say they're often charting their own course rather than following patterns set by previous generations. In October, Iman Pokimane Anis, 25, co-founded RTS. I don't know what the heck. Wait, what did I read wrong? What did I read wrong? Oh, it says naive and I said native. No, it says native and I said naive. Okay. Okay. You know what? It was a Freudian slip. You guys are both, okay? You guys are fucking both. A company that manages gaming talent, Pokimane, said, if I were ever facing a new obstacle that wasn't a set structure or rule book for me to turn to. What? If I were ever facing a new obstacle, there wasn't a set structure or rule book for me to turn to. Holy shit, I can't read the English words really good. I think I have brain rot. I'm not illiterate. It's just hard to read words when they don't have flashing lights next to them. Performers who feel they've reached their ceiling on their preferred platforms are managing others and looking beyond entertainment. Caitlin Amaranth Siragusa, a superstar on both Twitch and the subscription platform OnlyFans, where she posts adult content, said last month on Twitter she was launching an agency for female content creators on both platforms. She also diversified outside entertainment, buying gas stations, investing in a 7-Eleven, and in sinking $7 million into an inflatable pool toy company. Chia says the entertainers she works with are now ready to leverage her success in entrepreneurship. However, she says building a business as a true CEO is not for everyone, and there are risks, opportunity costs that come with entrepreneurship. While some might move on to be executive chiefs, others will make more strategic behind-the-camera roles in shaping the gaming industry. Ah, interesting. Full article. Fully read through. So anyway, that's it, man. I joined as a founder for the company, and the goal is to try to make the extension as good as possible and add things like predictions and channel points, but also new things that don't exist on Twitch, like built-in spin the wheel suggestions, and other shit that I don't want to leak yet. So it should be pretty fun. A couple of the other developers are also founders for Truffle. Because I will be honest, chat, look, all I can do is sit here and look pretty and tell you guys about Truffle, but they are the ones who then have to go in the back end and then make Truffle and make the extension Pog. So anytime you have a complaint, well, actually, you can directly complain on the extension itself now. Kind of five-head, but also dangerous of them. They added a way to complain built into the extension. So if you guys haven't already, everybody go and add the experimental mode. Turn that on. It's Riley and Austin, yeah. Throw the experimental mode on, and you guys can all do predictions. And let's run a prediction right now, mods. Let's run a prediction right now just to try out our fun little experiment and our predictions and our channel points with a round of Geoguessr. Is it on mobile? That's not how extensions work. No, you would need a whole new app on mobile. Okay? What are we in goddamn traffic? What is this? We're going at a snail's pace. How would you already guess? How do you know where we are? We're in Europe? It looks like Switzerland, perhaps. Not bad. Not bad. Northern Italy can't be upset. Volume's a bit loud. France. How do we enable experimental mode? You can click on the extension if you have it downloaded, which if you don't, download it. And then you can just add it from there. Are you kidding me? It said France. You have to refresh after enabling the experimental mode. You have to refresh after enabling. Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, never get fooled again. Okay, we are in Vienna, Austria. Probably right outside the main city. Oh, you're just not even close these days, buddy. What are you doing in Liechtenstein? In what universe are we in Liechtenstein? Come on. Look alive. South Africa or Australia? Everybody's favorite game. Everybody's favorite game. It seems red enough that I might go Australia, but that I might go South Africa. But I'm waiting for one smoking gun. Because if I'm wrong, I'm out. Wait. I'm going with South Africa. Spotty Dotty. What are you doing in Ghana? What are you doing in Ghana, buddy? Driving on the right side of the road in Ghana? Come on. Wait, you can apply to be a dev? If it's on the website, truffle.vip. All the info should be there. I'll have a Mogul Money come out soon with some more information. And some more future plans. I got Truffle to work now. Yeah, doubters are kind of malding and balding. I think we're somewhere in Rusa. No, Mogul Mail. I always confuse Mogul Mail and Mogul Money. I gotta stop using alliteration. Holy shit, you got Bulgaria to a T. Insane. Good guess. Ooh, narrow street. Singapore? No, absolutely not Singapore. It's somewhere in Asia, I think. But where? Where do they speak this much English? Maybe the Philippines? I could only guess the Philippines here. I'm going to try it out. Labas City in Pasa. Impasta. Where the Alright, I'll just go Manila. I don't know where this is. Oh! Dude, it was a pleasure. Not even close though, buddy. Wait, why am I not gold? Is there rank decay in Geoguessr? Oh. There's rank decay? Jesus Christ. All right, go again, man. Let's get gold back. We got 50 minutes till trial's back. New prediction mods. Dude, how do I... Where am I? We're in the northern hemisphere somewhere where there's a bunch of dirt and shit. Are you actually guessing? I'm just gonna go Kazakhstan. Greece? What the hell? We were in Greece? Dead ass? Okay, I'm actually getting owned right now. Templo Evangelio. That dude's big chillin'. Little camp. This is like a camping grounds. Okay. Pare. I think we're somewhere in South America. I couldn't tell you where. I could not tell you where. But I'm just going to go Ecuador and keep it simple. Brazil? Wait, I thought it wasn't pare in Brazil. I thought it was different. Okay, not a bad guess. I'll take it. The south of Chile, you know, that's a tough one. We're still in this game. I thought it was like Alto. Yeah. These trees kind of look Baltic. Oh! Suzuki? Japanese car? Dare I say we're in Nippon des? No. Where are we? Are we in Japan? Are we in Korea? Why the hell is it in English? Greed, your happiness. That's deep. That's deep, man. This can't be Japan because there's no fucking universe. We're in this random ass mountain village and there's a sign that's in English. Like there's a 0% chance. I also think that means we're likely not in Korea. It leads me more to places like Taiwan, Singapore, but I don't think it's Singapore. Hong Kong, but I don't think it's Hong Kong. I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is. This isn't populated enough for Taiwan. They filled up every square inch of that. I've genuinely never seen this area before in my life. I wonder if it's the very, very, very far right side of Russia. A lot of the Russian areas look like Japan. The very, very... Because Russia's very... Oh, I hit a dead end. Okay. I'm going to hedge my bet. And I'm going to go for the very far right side of Russia, which is close to Korea and Japan. It was Bhutan! What is Bhutan? Gratis classes. Kaja, China. We're in China. Okay, the shadows are too hard to read. Mayor of San Marcos. So we're in the city of San Marcos. Now, what is the country? Maybe Chile? Oh! Is that a flag? I know obviously that's a flag. I'm more so wondering if that's a country flag or a city flag. And if I should know it or not. Because if it's a country... Why? Because I didn't know the flag. But now I know, and I will never forget ever. More predictions. More predictions, gamers. This is Sri Lanka. A 1,000%. I'm never going to get Sri Lanka. I just genuinely believe I will never, ever get Sri Lanka. It is my Waterloo. I don't know. This shit seemed like UK. We're also driving on the left. Oh, so it's Ireland. Duh. That was an easy one. Seems like the UK, no yellow license plate. Put me in Ireland. It was near Limerick. Wait! That's funny. It's like Limericks. That's Italian. It's not Italian. I'm going to stop speaking. All right, Europe. Amstaff. I'm going to just guess Amsterdam, and I'm not going to think about it anymore. Wait, no, because there's no yellow license plate. Think about it a little bit more, Ludwig. Think about it a little bit more. That was almost bad for me. Seems very Polish. Oh, you gotta be Hungarian, right? No Polish. Oh, I need tea. I need tea. It's Czechoslovakia because there's arrows? What the fuck does that even mean? You're telling me they got no damn arrows outside of Czechoslovakia? I feel like I've seen an arrow before, but you are convincing me that there are no arrows in my life. I don't think I've ever seen an arrow. I'm like starting to second guess everything that's happened to me. Okay. This is where OJ lives. Sun is in the south, I think. So we're in the northern hem. I mean, this just looks like America. Guilford Drive. Let's go to the big old city. I'm leaning. I don't know. It looks so American, but I haven't seen one American flag. Oh, that's a Ford, though. You gotta be kidding me. I just clicked fucking Wyoming. I panicked. It was Vancouver. It makes sense. I don't know why it makes sense, but it makes sense. They were right. It was Canada. Driving on the left. Keep it simple, stupid. Actually, do I keep it simple, stupid? We're driving on the right. Oh, I almost threw. I think we're now in Brazil. Can't believe I almost choked that. The road looks Polish. Wow. Okay, it turns out it was literally Cambodia. Northern Lion had a trick to figure out if it was Cambodia. I forget what it was, though. Colomar de Montemayor. Se prohibi la venta. It's prohibited to vent in Spain. Are we just in Spain? I got Lugers in Spain? I don't know. I think we're in Spain. I'm not stupid. Check this out. Not bad. All right, it's a close game. Okay. Dude, why is this the most red I have ever seen dirt be? How did that guy teleport? I think I know where we are. I think I know where we are. No leaks. No leaks. I think I know. Ah! No dumping of refuge. Oh, refuge. What is refuge? Property of Mr. Prince. And then a 3,000 digit phone number. I'm pretty sure that this is an African country because there's one of the cars that follow you around in the African countries everywhere you go. Now, the only country I could guess is Uganda. And the reason is because Northern Lion said the dirt is very red in Uganda. But I don't think it's Uganda for sure. I'm just going with Uganda knowing it's probably an African country. Okay, it turns out it was Nigeria. That's where the red car follows you. Fair enough. Wasn't he wrong every time? Yeah, and now I was wrong too. Probably the Philippines. There's a goddamn Jollibees. Yeah, Philippines it is. I'm just going to keep it simple. Go to Manila. Yeah, I do think this guy could be sniping, but they're sniping respectfully by guessing a little bit further away from everything I'm saying. Okay, they're not sniping. This just in, they're not sniping. That guy's from the UK, and he went, oh, shit, there's a Jollibees down the street from me. Oh, I know where this is. This is Leeds. Yeah, we got that Jollibee right down the road. Easy W, and we're marching back. We're marching back. Some guy, thank you very much for the sub, the membership. Oh. Trial resumes in 30 minutes. We got some time. Oh my God, Dankenberg in the rated 761. Wait, this guy's good. Wait, this guy's very good. We don't have Jollibees in the UK? There's no way. We have Jollibees in the US. And everything we have, we share. All right, check. I'm just going to go Prague. Okay, so I was smarter, but also at the same time dumber. What's a Jollibees? It's a fast food chain that originates from the Philippines, and it's basically known for having a sauce that people like a lot. They do burgers, but with burger with one sauce in particular. I think it's That is my full Jollibee review. It's aight. I don't like my burgers that's sauced up. No, if I say it's aight, I get a no beef. If I say it's mid, I'm going to get in a fight. It's alright. I have no idea where I am at all in the universe that I am standing in. We are in the northern hemisphere, in maybe Finland, maybe Hungary. The only thing that confuses me is that the end road sign is T. Purge T. Dude, for some reason, it's always the tip of Estonia and never Finland. But that's all right. I guess I'm close enough. This is Eastern Europe. This car is so cute. Oh, yeah, it's Eastern Europe for sure. It's Eastern Europe 100%. Probably like a Baltic region. Maybe Estonia. Fuck! Dankenberg. Okay. Let's talk about... Ooh. What is this? Bolivia? Peru. Peru. It's all right. We have a healing round coming. I don't even need to think about this shit. 100%. The north of Denmark. God damn it. Get it together. Dankenberg is actually owning me in the marketplace of ideas, okay? I just need one good guess. Thank you very much, Potato Chip Man, for the sub. The last time that I saw somebody walking outside with an umbrella, I can't remember. Look at the beautiful foliage, though. Is anyone else getting thrown off? Like, this can't be... I don't know. I've never seen this foliage, but on a dirt road. I don't know. I don't know, man. Botswana. That was hard. How am I supposed to know it's Botswana? My dude, I got this stupid new mattress called 8 Sleep, and it's supposed to be good because it has extra information that it gives you about your sleep. And it always gives me notifications a few hours after I wake up that just roast me. Last night, your heart rate was 92 ms. It was above your baseline of 77 to 92 ms. Hope your body's recovering well. That's in the range. I'm in the range. Why are they roasting me for being in the range? What happened to you? I don't know. I guess I only have an athlete's heart rate when I'm awake. My sleep fitness was 56%. It took me 48 minutes to fall asleep and 10 minutes to get up. I tossed 15 times. My heart rate got down to 47. Wait, what is MS? Wait, that's not heart rate. Hold up. What is HRV, chat? What does that number mean? Oh, heart rate variability. It measures the variation in time between each heartbeat. Okay, no, my heart rate was 47. I'm still an athlete. Don't worry, I'm still an athlete. All right, we got time for about one or two more here, so get your predictions going, boys. What in the hell? Yeah, Iceland. Greenland. Get fucking destroyed. That is the start of it, Fire KG. And I'm not holding back, okay? I will needle you all the way down to 0. When I tell you I have no clue, I mean that so genuinely. I'm between continents in my head right now. That's how fucked up I am. There's like 3 continents I could be in. It's narrowed down to 2 continents. Yeah, I think I do know where I am. No, I don't think I do. Maybe I do. Here's my crazy guess. I think I'm in Guatemala. That's my crazy guess. Nobody was thinking Guatemala in chat except for the one person who just typed Guatemala in chat. It would turn out to be the Dominican Republic. Close enough. Close enough. The reason I thought it was Guatemala is because they have roof racks on the Google cars in Guatemala. We're in Italy, in Pozzuolo La Spezia Fossetermic. Reading. Oh no, we're in Paris. Oh, what a cute Vespa, huh? It wouldn't click! It wouldn't click! I clicked and a hand came up. Is this Phoenix? No. You know what? I'm going to keep it simple. I saw a sign that said Michigan. I'm going to go I'm going to go Detroit. It's definitely... Oh, you know what? It was Michigan. Keep it simple, stupid. It was in Kalamazoo. Three people just went Kazoo. Popped off. Whores. Helmakalapus. I mean, the trees don't look Polish. But they look Baltic. I'll go Lith. Estonia. God damn it. It's always Estonia. It's always Estonia. It's never Lithuania. No respect for the great nation. Okay, we gotta start focusing up. We lost a lot of points from not clicking on what was very obviously Italy. Now here we see a sign that says stop. Santiago. Whale's vagina. My guess right now is maybe Argentina. That's a cool trash can. A lot of green doors. Mercado. I don't even know what that means. Wednesday? Okay. This is not great for me. Oh. That's convenient. Trial cannot come fast enough. Dude, relax. Gamble on me right now. You know what? No, actually, you know what? Don't gamble on me. Gamble on someone else. We're in Florida. Oranges. Gamble on them. And watch your points disappear. I'm a genius. Okay. It's a tough start. It's a tough start. I mean, Malaysia? Or maybe it's Indonesia. Specifically, Makaraya, Indonesia, if I had to guess. Which I have no idea where that is. Oh, there it is. Damn, this guy's lighting me up from all angles. I'm getting lambasted. Okay, let's take a look. I'm gonna go with Israel. Okay, they were closer again. Can I get a point? Jeez Louise. Okay. That's a European car, and there's water nearby. Do we think it's Mediterranean? No, I don't. I think it's more Baltic. Although it could be Bulgaria. You know what? I'm going to go Poland. I'm going to lose. If I had to guess, just gone ahead, looking around. Jesus. I don't know. UK. Okay, it was Latvia. We are firmly in last place here, chat. We're not looking phenomenal, I wouldn't say. We're in a great spot. Our chances aren't high. I'm feeling overwhelmingly bad. Paso Superior, Rafael. We're driving on the right. Let's go with Argentina. I'm going to start guessing faster. Yes! Ah! I'm going to get them on their toes. I'm going to get them on their toes. All of a sudden, they're a little stressed out here, huh? Start guessing a little faster, and all you people start crumbling. I'm going back to back. Bang! That's a comeback! Look at that. Lethal Weapon. Argentina back to back. Zero concerns in my heart. Yeah, and all of a sudden, if you're a believer, you're like, yeah, this guy is really the truth. Vivero Los Jardines. Live the Gardens. Look, I'm going to keep it 100. I just think we're in Mexico. Oh. This is the oldest sign known to man. Sometimes people hang clothes outside their house, and I keep mistaking it for a flag. We got anything here? Cerro Largo. Look, if you're trying to stream snipe me, you're already cheating. You might as well just fucking look up Cerro Largo and then get on with our lives. To whomsoever my opponent is. I'm in their head. 200 Anos. Sounds like my Wednesday night. Jesus! Okay, did I call you out for stream sniping and you went middle of China? Or are you flexing? Wait, what? There's a stop sign, but we're driving on the right, and we're in EU. And there's no yellow license plates. Interesting. Hungry. Oh, I didn't realize my chat was over the map this entire time. This entire time, my chat's been over the map. All right, pretty good guess. What the hell does this say? No photos? Or you do encourage photos? Why is this a 19th century photo camera? I keep looking at signs expecting to be able to read it. Isn't that Greek? I honestly can't tell the Greek language from the Russian language. And I know they're not similar when you understand them, but I don't, so they're the same to me. It must be how people view, like, me and Mizkif. On the surface, you might think they're the same thing, but once you do a little closer inspection, you're like, oh, no, this is just a carbon copy of Northern Lion. Mixed with Clint Stevens. Okay, I think I'm in the Northern Hemisphere. And I think this car's European. And these roads are really narrow, which means, according to my good friend Northern Lion, if it's a narrow road, it has to be Jersey, the small United Kingdom nation, or island, directly next to France. GG. I won, but I am upset at Northern Line. I won't unfollow him, but I am upset. All right, do we have time for one more? Here's the thing. The trial starts in 12 minutes. I think we do have time. I think we have time. Last one, boys. Get your games on. And then we'll recap and jump into the trial. 633. We're almost at gold again. Seems Eastern European. What the hell? Red on the license plate. I should know this. Why do I forget things? They didn't forget things. Red. North Macedonia. Kyrgyzstan. That could have been the game right there. I could have just won outright. Whoa! Okay, where does it have this beautiful of a fall that becomes this horrendous of a winter? A winter that would make somebody... Norway. Norge. Oh, it was Oslo. Close to. Sri Lanka. I'm not even going to think about it twice. It's never Sri Lanka. I swear it is never Sri Lanka. It's all I want to do is Sri Lanka my little heart away. Seems like Norway again. Lock it in. I'm going to guess a little further north. Damn, Norway is maybe the most beautiful country on earth. Look at this. I mean, the problem is in about 3 months, they're all going to be freezing and need like $1,000 on their gas bill to keep themselves warm. Or a shit ton of wood. I get it. I get why Milena is miserable having moved from Norway to goddamn Austin, Texas. You went from the most beautiful country on earth to the most barren wasteland where you need a car to go to the to go to like the nearest food place. You need a car to go walk your dog. What? Okay, the good news for me is that was a healing round. In Texas, you need a car for everything. I shit you not. I was hanging out with someone in Texas, and they got in their car, and we drove to get their mail. Because the mail was at the end of the street. And you bring up this concern, and the only response is, everything's bigger. Shit. Texas people love it. It makes me one of those TikTok car haters. Texas is just like 8 cities that are spread out all 3 hours apart from each other. With nothing in between except for a... What's that gas station with the beaver in front of it? Okay, I am in South America, next to a farmacia. Honestly, this is a tough one. S.A. S.A. South America? I'm just gonna click in Bolivia because it's in the middle. So is Argentina. It's always Argentina. Okay, Europe. Kalamaja. Trailer. There's hints of Eastern Europe, but also hints of Western Europe. But we are definitely in Eastern Europe, in Estonia. I'm gonna go right here. I think that was Estonia, right? I'm pretty sure .ee is Estonia. Yeah, okay, spot on. 12 miles away. Almost. We're close. Let's finish him off. Oh, gotta be Mongolia. Look at this. Beautiful. It was Mongolia. We both guessed the same city. It was much further to the left, which makes sense because we went to a very dry place. It was like much more of a forest. I would have been closer if I guessed Kyrgyzstan, which is funny. I thought those were American flags. They're not. Okay. I mean, this looks like good old US of A. Land of the free, home of the brave. This is definitely US. This could be anywhere. This could literally be anywhere. We went through 3 seasons in this short drive. We're back. I need like a for sale sign. Or a highway. Gotta be a highway coming up. Okay. It can't be Texas. I don't think it's New England. It can't be Northwest, Pacific Northwest. Can't be Arizona, New Mexico. It's probably not California. Does that seem like the Florida license plate with the orange in the middle? Doesn't seem like Florida, though. I'm just gonna guess like fucking Ohio. Call it a day. Just in the center. Missouri. Closer. I don't think I ever get Missouri there. 80 kilometers, big open road. We are in the, I don't know, probably Europe. We need to skate down this highway and we need to stop teleporting. Can we stop teleporting, please? What is going on here? Just drive on the right side of the road. Okay, I thought so. We're in Albania. GG. Whoa! Let's go! Good guess. How'd you know? Albanian mountains. Those are the only mountains you'll find in Albania. Trials coming back, baby. All right, quick recap for everybody who missed the morning trial. On the stand earlier today was the psychologist for Amber Heard's lawyers team. So each lawyers group gets to hire their own psychologist, which, to be honest with you, is kind of weird because you only hire the person who will give the answer you want to give anyway. So I feel like they're both useless. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's a hot take, but I really feel like they both offer zero objectivity. And if you aren't providing the info you want, they're going to fire you. So it's like Amber Heard's lawyer was like, yeah, she was abused and showed signs of PTSD. And then Johnny Depp's lawyer was like, no, she showed signs of PTSD, but she was faking it. And you know, but everybody seemed to prefer Johnny Depp's psychologist to Amber Heard's psychologist because Johnny Depp's psychologist was hotter. And also Amber Heard's psychologist said some out-of-pocket shit about how men aren't able to be abused, which was dumb. And yeah, and so that's what happened this morning. And I think Amber Heard is supposed to be on the stand today. I think it's Amber, but I don't know. We'll see in a few short seconds, I suppose. Here's the thing. There's 4 stories. Her side, his side, the truth, and whatever I say on Mogul Mail. Okay? Which is actually even deeper than the truth, if you haven't picked up on that. It's more of the truth. Their clock is wrong. It's called time zones, bud. One time, Judge, get me in there with my mogul mail. Get me in there live with my one take Jake mogul mail. Holy shit, what a pan. Oh my god. I didn't realize they were filming a clock. Like, I knew they were filming a clock, but I didn't realize it was in the courtroom. That was crazy. Good whips with that whip pan. This judge seems chill. I will say that about everything. It's a chill ass judge.
Sorry, Judy.
Did you say sorry, Judy? Your fellow judge? Well, is she just making them all stand? Is this like a flex? This is a power move. Sit down. I didn't say Simon Says. That's how they should do it. That's how they should figure out who's guilty.
Seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Amber Laura.
Amber Heard.
I do.
Amber's taking the stand, baby. Ooh, it's juicy trial day. Ooh, it's juicy. Was her name not Heard? Was it Laurel? Amber Heard, real name.
All right, thank you.
Damn, I look up
All right.
Amber Heard,
Thank
James
you, Your
Franco.
Honor.
It's Amber Laura
Will you
Heard.
please state your name
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
and what is your address?
Fuck, I shouldn't have Googled
I
it.
live in Yucca Valley, California.
Doxed.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
No one asked.
And
I'm
what
sorry,
is your
that was rude.
profession?
That's very pog.
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
Bad.
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear
Don't say I can
people
fix her.
that I knew.
You sound like Aiden.
Some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This has been one of the. This
I'm
is
not hearing you out,
the most
Icarus.
painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now,
And she went through childbirth.
there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
She had a surrogate?
well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness. I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
Oh, damn. You know, 0 for 1. You'll get there.
I had to
Over.
write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand
She's
for 4
Hawkeyeing the
days,
jury.
Under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
Yucca Valley. We went over
I
this.
come from Austin, Texas.
What?
A small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Maynard. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
Damn, you should go on Miss
And your
Kid
little
stream.
sister's name is?
Her name is Whit.
Dude, this
Whitford.
is how Amber
And
makes her
how
comeback.
much
She
of
goes
an
on
age
Mizzy's
difference is there
stream.
between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction. He painted houses, and hunted and fished. But that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking
was
horses,
blue
can you
collar
just tell
father.
the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that, and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection leading.
What?
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled. Good.
0 for 2?
You just got to stay on, basically.
Why are we
I
talking
would help
about
him.
horses?
I was more of a
Objection relevance.
crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
What the fuck?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear.
And in
Not
Aquaman,
get
did Jason
intimidated,
Momoa's
not show
muscles
fear,
actually look as big in
be
person
tough,
as they did on the
calm.
screen?
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process.
What was your
I
GPA?
wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted
She
to
seems like a 3.8.
I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic
She was a
school,
3.8.
growing
Yep.
up. Several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with as long as I maintained an A average, I
3.8.
I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
That is a low-key flex.
I
Go off.
took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, you know, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Headshots are expensive for no reason.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still
For
young?
a reason, but
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and it was important to me is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's museums typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at the with deaf kids.
they're
for a
painting a
while,
picture about how she's a good person.
Yeah, I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Oh, for 3.
Well,
Dude, you
I
gotta
taught myself how
you
to
gotta
sign
narrow down
basic
your objections.
sign language, and
You
then
can't throw the book at them.
I pursued it. I audited a
Objection, cringe, plus
a
L plus ratio?
a course at the community college, which
Plus
I ended
who
up
asked?
going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything,
404
to be an
is
extra,
evidence of a
to
person's
apply
character.
I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard
Interesting.
about you in this town, and I'd love
So
to
tell me
meet
about how you
you
save
in
deaf
LA
children.
if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there, and I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17, and I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every
Objection,
appointment
it's
that I
impossible
could.
to go to
I
every single one.
Put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my
Boomer.
bag and a change of tank tops.
Before smartphones?
Not that it mattered, but I went to about
20 years ago?
10 auditions sometimes a day, and would
2002?
change clothes if I needed to in the back of the bus I was taking, and I just hustled from one audition to the other, and I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing, and then
What is a bit part?
eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger, and it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would
It's just a
see.
small role?
And
Oh.
I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's torqued.
I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and
She's in
Pineapple
Zombieland?
Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so.
Aiden
It was
could fix
just
her.
Going from slightly bigger role to
No!
slightly bigger role, and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had
How is this
at least one,
relevant?
maybe
That's
two
when she met
callbacks
Johnny Depp.
with the director. And then I got a call
Johnny
saying
Depp is in The
that
Rum Diary.
Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his
think
role
it's about
as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S.
And
Thompson.
it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music.
Is he asleep? I don't think you know how
poetry.
heads work.
We like a lot of the same. We liked a lot of the same stuff. Obscure writers and interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he
5 people in chat
was
are looking
very
up poems
well
right now.
read and charismatic, and I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me, and we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was
Books.
I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And,
I didn't watch anything he's done ever. It was all fucking terrible.
I was 22, I think. And
I heard of him, but I never ever watched his shit ever in my
I thought
life
it was
ever on God
unusual.
ever.
It was weird because he was twice my age, and he's this world famous actor, and here we are getting along about obscure books and
Stop.
weird,
Tell me one of the books.
Old blues, and it was. I thought it was remarkable. I just hadn't really. I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role?
Catcher in the Rye.
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings. I pick it up, and I hear, this deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid." I was
And
amazed.
please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept?
Objection,
and
compound?
What role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend, and what he told me was
Getting good at
that
this.
this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream, and so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not
No,
quite
we
sure
never
how much.
filmed it, actually.
I think we started filming
It just apparated.
maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the
Taxes.
events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so everything really looked beautiful. Cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general.
She's looking to her left because it's her right, and that's where the jury stands.
I couldn't have asked for,
She's speaking
a
to the
better
jury.
scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set.
The lawyer's leading with
reading
questions that I think make her more
my
human.
books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and
then she's
he
talking
started
to
be
jury.
really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV, just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until
How is it relevant to the defamation
until
case? It's how she met Johnny Depp
did a scene that involved
But also just
kissing.
painting a
We
character?
had a kissing scene, and
of her character.
it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated
Johnny used his tongue while
maybe
kissing
my 23rd birthday
in
there.
movies.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things
Obscure
like that.
books.
He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books.
Obscure poetry books.
He gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, talking about things, and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed, and I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was, and I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something, and I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down, and at some point I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene, it was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I know what to make of it at the time, and I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully, and he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this like bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious, and he said, "Yum," and he kind of like lifted up his eyebrows like that, and I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, you know, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
Yum.
We just had this, you know, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing.
Crazy is they got married after that.
Felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, you know, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and
what the heck?
You know,
she's a robot.
Intimidating, and I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship, so we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's so. Approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best.
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico in the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California. I it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number, so it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, you know, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled, you know, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress.
This last from Millions one camera view. I mean, do we care about Johnny Depp picking his nose?
With a beautiful handwritten note, said "Happy Wrapping."
Boo-hoo.
And made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery. I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Send it back." And she did, and she indicated that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there, and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for The Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe
Mathematicians
for the
are
jury what a
solving
press
that.
tour is?
They're
Just
working on
explain
it.
to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film, and you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was
What the heck?
moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying,
What happened to
"Remember that movie
her
you did in
intercepting
Puerto Rico?
guitars?
Well, they want you for the press tour." And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
He said yummy, yummy.
Well, on the first stop, the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day, and then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce, but
Bruce wasn't there.
as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't.
I know
make
it.
So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red
Then
wine
what?
and continued to talk, and the
Then
talking
what?
became us, reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we
Perhaps
sat
a
on the
mega
couch
pint.
and we talked. and,
Perhaps.
it felt like there was. It felt like there was an electricity to the room, and it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened
Dude, talking
next
about
with
romance
respect
is so
to any
cringe.
relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on
I
this
don't know
press
what it
tour,
is, man.
and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. We're flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe.
She's romanticizing
New
this.
York,
I mean, they
Los
got
Angeles,
fucking
as I
married.
said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together, and we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
Did he use tongue?
And how long approximately did the press tour go?
Yum.
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner.
Oh my God, drama.
And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? And I'd ask him, no, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year.
Vanessa
and
Paradis
that they were-
somewhere
but
watching
they were
this.
protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not
Learning.
making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar. Not a little bit. We had to be really under the radar because, as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it.
Good point.
So we were secretly dating, and then, it was beautiful. It was
Did Johnny gas
felt
the marriage
like-
up this much?
This man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood.
Imagine the trial
Where I
ends with
came
them
from.
kissing
I
and
felt
getting back
like-
together.
I felt that, like, when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. It made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, he's just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like,
What's wrong with that?
hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes, and so we'd be in one of those
fuck's wrong with
homes, or
fucking traffic?
My home at the time, and
I love hanging out in
it
Driver
would be like a
2.
bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and
Sounds like
poetry
unrealistic.
that we both knew by heart, and it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Yeah,
While
sorry,
you're
if I didn't make that
while
clear.
you're
Yeah.
falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that
DTF,
you ended up
DTR?
going to his Bahamas island?
Yes. So shortly after,
He has an
I think
island?
started dating October of 2011, and as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me, or
She did
just
call the music boring.
talking.
I do remember that
and then
quote.
he would disappear, and there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island, and I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that.
Who's Keenan?
on that trip, like in Miami, I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and
Like Malbec?
tea, like lots of tea,
Beck's?
like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know,
What's wrong
less than a
with the
week
tea?
probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private
like
island,
tea.
beautiful sandy beaches.
I drink English
Scene-
breakfast every day.
It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful
Teagate.
time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas.
Are we skipping over the
I
tea
assume
thing,
you
really?
Came back. And are we talking now early 2012?
Is Beck's
Yes,
gin?
that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going
Oh, it's
from
beer.
one movie to the next. Mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, I'd go off to work. And so would he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now,
That movie
we've heard a
sucked.
little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid-2012, is that right, when he was shooting that?
That sounds right, mid-2012, yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting,
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin.
Leading?
I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. But I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement, so.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles.
Dude, after the
but kind of
break,
scattered throughout the Southwest, and
gonna be
as he
spicy.
was filming.
When Johnny's
And at the
lawyer's
time,
questioner.
Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Dude.
And so.
How much tea
we've
to
heard
act
a little
like that?
testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I
What is this
I suppose
tea-spiracy?
that I took off his boots and made an
Giga pint of
impression on
tea.
him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly, how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
What, if anything?
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has
I like mint green more.
he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, lots of it. So he had these daggers.
She's 1 for
that
4.
He'd given me.
1 for 4
Really,
on
they were
objections.
beautiful in design, and they're long, curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
It's a knife that says yum on it.
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy, and Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a southern. All of a sudden, Johnny had this southern accent and was really like buddies with him, and they really seemed to get along very well.
They're the same fucking age.
Like instantly, he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives.
They're literally the same age.
Had this. I mean, Johnny just really just showered my dad, and my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy, and he was just like,
hello, are you at home?
He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come on to these locations, and Johnny's this big movie star, and my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace, and I mean, they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that, was he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special, and they did. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really, like,
dude, it feels
overly
way
generous almost,
easier,
like showering you with gifts and
to be a
compliments and just, I mean, like, and
like
he has
a like
access and
boyfriend
means to
if you're
really,
rich as fuck.
We're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I relied heavily on my friends, and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity. And
Says
love
you.
and
Johnny
light,
Depp has like
invited them to
$100
come to
million.
these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, he's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming
Broke
of The
bitch.
Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
Mr. Hands.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Oh, 1 for 5.
Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse, and I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that horse? It's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, "It's yours. it's coming here. I think it was being transported, and he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And, you know, I grew up on my dad's horses. You know, I grew up riding with my dad. So, you know, I had resisted for
A horse is a
about
bad gift.
a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to all of a sudden I had a colt.
So, so let's.
It's the
let's
better
take you
dog? No, it's a
through
bigger dog
2012
that needs
and your
way more work.
relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
She drinking G Fuel?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him,
Imagine
you know,
if you could ride your dog.
I
Kyle. Phrasing. I'm not
I
going to chew your
felt that
horse.
electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know,
I'm getting cutie a
I
cat.
was head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, you know? I mean, and then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember
He drinks so much tea.
at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different.
I'm not getting cutie a donkey.
And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was
Thank
the
you,
main
Tiana
thing.
Taylor and Raw.
I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this. The point is, it felt
Squad W?
really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid?"
He's a train viewer?
You know, I wore a dress to an event once, and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed it him because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, you know, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird he wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like,
They're
"Did you
painting
see
a character of Johnny Depp
you know, the event I
having
went
drinking
to,
problems,
you know, basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like,
and
did
not
you see that?
all
You know, I
he's
wanted
cracked up
him
to
say
be.
something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me and didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, you know, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that, kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but it, you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that, and that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut.
I feel like there's an intentional decision by Johnny's lawyers to
But I
not
felt,
call hearsay here.
You know, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that.
Because maybe
I
they
felt
think
like,
the jury
how
will
could I have
perceive this
made
not
that
as
choice? Of
positively
course,
as they're
you know,
hoping.
He's right. You know, you start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. Is what it started with. Glass. Threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like but real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved, like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, you know, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, you know, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch?" And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have till I figure out what I need to do? Because, God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. But I was just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door, because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like, I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, "I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done." But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, "Oh, it's okay," or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car, I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window, and I remember just seeing my breath on on the windshield, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time, and I eventually
He has a cry
turned
counter?
the key and drove home.
And what did you do after that?
That's crazy. That's crazy,
I don't know.
dude.
I don't remember what I did when I got home.
That
I
is a
don't remember.
crazy thing to have.
I went to my therapist. I told her
I'll talk about it after, but I'll just let her
Objection,
speak.
hearsay.
I'll sustain it as to what she may have told her.
Oh,
went
that's a
home,
momentum
and
killer.
I a few days later
2 for 6.
started getting. I actually don't
2
know
for 6
how
on
many
objections.
days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny. Apologizing profusely. I mean, just, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, yeah, we'll talk. I think I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple cases, actually, of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never, at that time,
Should I know about this?
affording, and we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again.
Hashtag
Of course,
ad.
it would never happen again. That he'd put this thing away. He'd killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did. I believed it, but I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
Where's the counter? XQC had it, not me.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So, is this a good time? You want to do
You can keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, could you please describe for the jury
Keep going.
the evolution of your relationship after that?
Judge is
time
ice cold.
with Johnny.
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled.
That's fair, Axel. Have a good one.
What I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? If I didn't text him back right away, this is when I was at my place in Orange, sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way?
Dude, this relationship was so gross.
I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head, which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him, and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again, and shove me back down. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
Oh,
What number again, please?
almost
I'm sorry,
1738.
What number?
Defendants 1783?
1783, thank you.
I did not hit her. I did not. The weird thing is she had that whole
you
quote
recognize
about
this
how, like,
Picture?
I did not punch you, Johnny. I
Yes, I
hit
do.
you.
And could
It's
you
not
tell
a
us what it
punch.
is?
It's a picture of my face with
But she's insistently using the word
a
hit
note
for her.
that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes as embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank
you. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to
What
move
is
the
this?
admission of 1783.
What is
Your Honor,
1783?
we have an objection, and may we approach?
Yeah, the weird thing, dude, is the audio clip of her saying,
And was, but you're fine. I did not punch you. You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
so I like, you know what I mean? But it's like, I don't for one fucking second believe that Johnny was an innocent goody two-shoe boy in a relationship. But I don't believe this picture either where Amber Heard is like, all I was just, and then he came in. That's why fucking trial's so cringe, because it's all just like painting a way more polarized, biased picture of someone being like the perfect angel or the penultimate victim, and then the jury has to discern how much one of the parties is lying and where in the middle to meet.
Will you please describe for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this
Are they
eggshell
whispering?
kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong.
Civil cases seem so cringe
And
compared
then
to criminal
I was
cases.
doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person.
If Johnny's lawyers can prove
I
Amber
had
Heard
had
cheated,
something
I think
with,
it's
and I was
GG.
lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always
I don't
felt
think they're
like
calling
I
Elon to the
had
stand.
done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me, then he would smash things very close to me, and then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I'd try to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it, but
If she's
at the
proven
time,
wrong, she
2012,
owes him
it was-
some amount of
he'd
money,
have this
and that's
blowout,
it.
and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd
This
be
is for money.
committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore.
50 mil, yeah.
I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip, he didn't have
Well,
any
it will
chips,
never
but
be
he would
the full
say,
amount, probably.
I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life, and with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that, and it would feel great. And
Just
we would
play
be
50
good
poker games
again,
with
and it
Alan
would be-
Keating.
He'd be extra nice.
That is
and
quicker.
Extra apologetic and extra loving, and it would just, and we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates, very different from Adderall and cocaine. Johnny,
I just don't
which is
believe
very
she was a
different from
fairy tale
Quaaludes
wife who
Johnny.
did zero
But
drugs.
I had to get good at paying attention to the
She
different
got to be
versions
doing a
of
little
him.
bit of coke.
2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking.
But I don't think it's
correlated
easy
with the
marrying
violence.
someone who's an alcoholic.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection,
say.
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Bonner, thank you for the membership. Appreciate it.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Approaching the bench. Why can't we see? Well, they're going to see if they permit it. Taser, thank you for the membership. Holy shit, I think one person for membership all of a sudden. The Supernova, 6 months? Are people sub for 6 months nowadays? Jesus. Third Nicholas, thank you for the 6 months. Thomas, thank you for the 6 months. If she loses, what she did to Johnny's career will happen to her career, not to mention public reputation. Hard to say. I don't think the evidence will ever be conclusive enough from this trial where she will be proved to have been abusive and in cheating and not faithful, and that she'll be ousted. I think what will realistically the best case for Johnny Depp would be like that it was defamation and her article is void, so he is not an abuser. But I don't think it'll spin all the way around. You know what I mean? You just need such a mountain of evidence to do that, and that's so hard to get. Eric, thank you for the membership. Holy shit, why did so many people just become members? Am I seeing this right? You just crashed. My Chrome just crashed. What the hell is happening? Boycott Aquaman? I mean, I personally feel bad for like the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people on a crew. The actors are really the smallest part of making a movie happen, and for some reason get the most comeuppance for the lower work they put in, I think, compared to the rest. But I don't even watch Aquaman anyway, so I don't fucking care. Also, crew are on salary. You're not wrong. They got their money. It's just gonna be awkward. Like, imagine if you're a DP. No, imagine if you are the dude holding the boom mic for Aquaman 2 and you do it for like 6 months, and then finally you're done. You're tired. You're worn out. Your shoulders are ripped, and someone's like, "Oh, hey, what was your last job?" And the movie was like the most hated movie of all time, and you got to be like, "I worked on Aquaman 2." Boo! Get him out of here! You got to start lying. No, I couldn't find a job, It's just commercial gigs for me. God, I wish I could get a movie. Wish I could get a movie. Illegally stream high-budget movies. The crew don't get any revenue from performance, and the stars are already making millions due to contracts. Pog. Riley, unfortunately, I would lose my entire platform here. Women don't become abusers like men do. How often do you hear she's a man beater? It's a male stigma. Well, I think it's also a male dominated thing.
Why?
But
did
you are right.
Decide to
But that's why.
confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I think
Men don't talk about it. Men get
felt
abused.
safe
I do think men are probably more
talking
abusive
to
on average.
my mom, because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as a compound.
Sheesh. All right,
When
3 for
did
7.
you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Thank you for the memberships, by the way, guys. Sorry I didn't thank you all. Kyle, Mast, Tano, Nathan, Genesis, Helpless,
I was
Kyle,
confiding in her from
Austin,
the very beginning about
Tisky,
the
DJ. Appreciate it.
abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where
Thank
he
you, Misty.
was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he came to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing, and then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently.
I'll keep it in mind.
First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that
I gotta
this
call
man
my mom
had
today.
and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we approach, please?
Oh, she's getting mad. Check, call your mom today, unless you live with your mother, in which case go up to your mother today, in which case, and unless your mother's not here with us, in which case, sorry. Kobe, thank you for the membership. I am A-OK. Karen, Tim. When is the case going to be over? So I think we're in the 4th week, and it's a 6-week long case. Amber's probably towards the end. Like, we're getting there. But she'll probably be on the stand for a few days. So she's going to be there for a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break. So please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
There you go. Bang. There's a week break in 2 more days. There's a week break on Friday. The judge is out of town next week. Oh, okay. So is Friday the last day?
All right. And Ms. Hurd, just a reminder that now that you're on the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. So we'll be back. Let's make it 3:45, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does a jury get paid? I believe there's like a stipend for food and stuff, but it's very small. It's very small. $15 a day? Jesus. Is that real? Jesus. They don't get paid? No. I mean, they do, but not a lot. We got a pretty archaic system. I've diagnosed PTSD from an actual abusive relationship with an addict. 10 years later, I still struggle with talking about what happened without getting emotional. She's speaking like she's talking to a friend over brunch. I don't know, man. What's the takeaway, chat? The thing is, I imagine, well, you guys are very biased because I think every like, you know, I don't know of a category of people who are on Amber Heard's side. Is that crazy to say? Like, all of TikTok is on Johnny Depp's side. All of Twitter is on Johnny Depp's side. All of Reddit is on Johnny Depp's side. I don't know if there's like a category. Like, I don't think like Fox News viewers are like Johnny. Like, I think they're still on Johnny Depp's side. The court of public opinion is wild, I think, in her favor. Her lawyers? Yeah, I just mean like space. Facebook's on her side? Are they? First week, they match your job's pay. Then after, you get paid federal minimum wage. Oh, there it is. That's the answer. They match your wage, then they pay you federal minimum wage. What's Hassan saying?
Just her being infatuated with this like cool celebrity guy. You know what I mean? Because that seems a little fucking wild to like, I don't think she was into the fucking poetry. You know what I mean? Do you think that she was into the poetry? I don't. Or the fucking wine and stuff. Like, they have so much in common. Like, yeah, really? You have so much in common with like a fucking 50-year-old dude? No, you just thought he was fucking sick. Like, you thought he was cool. He's hot, right? I mean, he wasn't 50 at the time, but whatever. Like,
when does the brain rot?
That's kind of facts. Especially when he's like, I love wine. And then she's like, yeah, Malbec. Yeah, Malbec wine.
Dad, you know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because they. I knew there was no. I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart. Because I didn't want to leave.
Is he just
him.
rewatching?
I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me.
Cry counter 15.
Was it entertaining? No. Is it anything for the jury, perhaps?
Instances of her documenting the abuse with like the videos, with my multiple videos, the audio recordings, etc. So it's you see what I'm saying? Like so it's very clear that she was going to document this. Johnny's been under influence, definitely has a big impact on the bias of the case. At least I'm swayed a bit. I don't know. To lie about abuse unless she did something wrong as well. Amber's story is also believable. Sounds very common in domestic abuse cases. Yeah, it's definitely common, and that's what I'm saying, right? It's like I'm not saying that like this is guaranteed that she's lying about everything. I don't know. But like what I am saying is that like number one, this is going to be from her perspective. So obviously it's, you know, that she's not going to mention all the bad things that she did. And the same with Johnny's not going to mention all the bad things that he did. Like that's just kind of common sense. But anyway, so what I find to be interesting about this is the fact that all of the evidence indicates the exact opposite. Like every bit of observable evidence, every bit of conversations that we are aware of, every single thing indicates the opposite. No, trial's not over. They're just taking a break for a few minutes. She gave an impression that it was his happening all the time, but she had nothing to show for it. Well, exactly, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying. And then it's also about her with like the bloody nose, and it was like about it was like lipstick or something like that on the thing. Amber told psychiatrists in her childhood she'd get hit and abused by her father, cause childhood drama. And now
Although I do think the way it works is the plaintiffs get to call everybody to the stands, and then both the plaintiffs and the defendant's lawyers get to question all the witnesses, but I don't believe they get to provide their, like the cross-examination has not happened yet, I believe. That happens after. Like the plaintiffs, like Johnny Depp's lawyers have to be like, we're done. And then Amber Heard's lawyers can be like, our turn. But that's usually going to be a smaller section because they also do it while it happens. So I don't know.
You in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday.
She said she.
You used the pronouns she or her.
Yep.
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence.
This doesn't work at all. Guys, I said it yesterday. The questions were not about the case. The questions were neutral and general about the profession and its specifics. It was asked. Every question was very clearly asked. In that profession, what about this? With no specifics. She's just lying now.
That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
Nope.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons.
If you say the victim, Guys, it's like in a text. It's like when you write a text. I'm sure you had that in school, where or especially in writing in journalism, whatever. They put a name, okay? Let's say Johnny Depp, and then he, and then they'll say the actor, and it'll say the actor of that guy, and it'll say the artist or whatever, and they'll keep referencing it, and then they'll go back and they'll say Johnny Depp again or whatever the fuck, right? Not once did they mention the victim. Who is that? The girl, the whatever, it was never mentioned. It was clearly an attempt to look like it was answering a question as neutral in the whatever, right? But she kept saying that's obvious. I don't know why she's denying it.
I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
Yep.
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding
She's
of my
lying. This is the
evaluation
bitch.
in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the
Disgusting.
research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you
Did I just call her a bitch?
that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are
Then that goes against what you just said. Then
coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher.
Or like literally just straight out of like, I can't. Like I've seen Fish, rest in peace, give this exact same look back at me. Okay? This exact same look back at me when he's doing something wrong and I catch him.
Is he saying that Amber Heard looks like his dog?
It's damning.
I can't tell if these guys are the fucking smartest or dumbest motherfuckers I've ever listened to.
Sad face. Yeah, but like it's an emotional subject. I don't think you can diagnose somebody with a personality disorder if they're potentially talking about an abusive relationship that they went through for 10 years. I don't think that's really fair to say. That's not it. I don't know. I mean, obviously other people diagnosed her with that, and there are other confounding variables, and that's probably true to an extent, but I don't think that her acting that way on the stand is an indicator of that. I don't think so at all.
Chad, I'm getting a lox bagel. I fucking love smoked salmon.
But were there any real tears? I don't care about that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
it's completely irrelevant.
It doesn't matter.
Do you think Amber abuses her acting skills during the trial? I don't know. I think that's like, it's like by the nature of that question, the question, like you're not really asking a question, you're asking for validation. Yeah, like that's not necessarily what you're doing there. But crocodile tears you had, I don't know. And like what I'm saying is that, to me, like I don't know either one of these people. Like I think Johnny Depp is probably like I still believe his side of the story more because there's evidence for it. There's evidence for his side and there's not evidence for her side. I don't know, guys. That seems pretty obvious to me, you know? Like it's about that simple to me. But there are other people that aren't going to look at it that way. Yeah, sure. But that's how I see it. And but I don't really have like a vested interest in this. It's not really a big deal. I've never had like an abusive relationship with a girl or anything like that. You guys know me. I'm a very non-physical guy. And so, I mean, it's just not something that I would do. And it's so like this isn't like a personal investment to me. But like to me, I think it's important to know what really happened. You see what I'm saying? It's important to know what really happened. And if you don't know what really happened, then you're just gonna, then like, who cares, right? You're just making shit up at that point.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fucking celebrity couple, and we have to, as a society, got to move on from celebrities. You know what? We got to move on from all celebrities. I'm part of the problem here.
Oh yeah, did you guys hear about her firing her PR team? I found that confusing.
not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV.
What? That's what he asked earlier.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So, let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in an IPV against another male.
Chad, we should watch the next when they come back from break with some of the streamers.
But that's the only one you're
and pretend we're watching with them.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go.
Yeah. The basis of the conversation, right? The base with the root cause of where you're even talking about this is that they are asking about gender bias, right? But then she put examples of men, woman.
Cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men.
Bro. This is the worst sentence I have read today. I would like to congratulate you formally. He's a good RP lawyer. He knows his shit. He knows his shit, man. His RP hits different. Oh, Jean-Paul? Oh, dude, you get Jean-Paul on the stand and we figure this out real quick. Oh, my God. No, you're just being a bitch. Good old John Paul. He knows his shit.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No?
Well,
that's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing. I'm
going to solve this is disingenuous because if the basis is not going to go to trial, then the conversations prior, it do impact it. So yeah, it's a big part of it. I mean that's just
today's the day, boys.
I think this is being disingenuous. No.
This girl's disingenuous.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice
We're on break, man.
Do you provide expert witness services?
Plus, I just like watching XQC. He's funny.
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do.
I don't know. They didn't get her to say it though.
Look.
Unfortunately, she kind of went around the pot a little bit.
Look.
And guys, I feel like she didn't really answer anything.
Look at this.
But it is what it is. When is this back on?
I got 2/3. I can do 2/3 in a minute.
Keep it in mind, Harley Quinn fantasies. Yeah, but she doesn't look like Margot Robbie. Like, that's the difference. Number one. Number two, it's not like that. Okay, yeah, it's fucking not like that at all. And what about that girl in Lost Ark? Which one? And people unironically bought the bathwater. Yeah, but that's always a meme, right? That's different. Remember folding bed sheets? She defiled. It's easy to keep a narrative till people start pulling threads. Yeah, I'm really curious about that. Holy shit, man. having a crazy girlfriend's not all fun and games. No, here's the problem with like having a crazy girlfriend, okay? It actually has nothing to do really with like any of like the stories. It's the time. The time that it takes. Like you have to constantly talk her off a cliff. You have to constantly deal with her. She's mad about something that didn't happen.
I love getting
like
your
it's the
advice from
time
Asmongold.
and the investment, like it's the emotional investment. Like you're spending like an hour. It's like every day you have to do 10 extra.
How did I do
daily
this?
clips. It's too much.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Every day. Every fucking day. That's another person's life. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. All right, let's go ahead and let's look at this. Here we go.
Chat, who should we watch? Asmongold?
Alrighty, boys.
This girl's just
Great analogy. Yeah, it's scary, man. Because you never. The thing with crazy people is you never really know what they're
Dude,
gonna
he has
do.
a cry counter.
That's what makes them crazy. Is you have no idea what's gonna happen. The uncertainty is very unsettling.
Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I don't know how I did this.
I remember.
Thank you.
That was after a period of.
Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was after a period of
I'm
some
going to take you up
peace
to
and
March of
then
2013.
and sobriety. Johnny was
Can
sober.
you describe your
drinking
relationship?
Bex. And my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we send it?"
Sensitive topic equals
to your
look
dad
at the jury.
support.
Each and every one of them.
My sister was upset with my dad, and so he poured a shot and kind of said,
I don't know,
"Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but
It's annoying.
I know that, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think
It's
it's
stupid to
bizarre.
not
He
do it,
broke
so
in
you
this
should talk to the
long
jury,
period
right?
of sobriety.
That is who
I
you have
thought
to
was
convince.
Going to be the end of him drinking forever.
Especially if she's crying or like fake. I don't know, it's annoying.
Sounds foolish now, but I, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad.
She's gonna have to convince her lawyer she hired.
I didn't know what else to do, and I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking, and then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of
Don't say
being with
crop
them,
out
and
bottom
then he was
right guy.
accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. Hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting about the
Me and X are
accusations.
watching together.
I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it
Do you think she
seemed
was
as though
doing it,
I had
X?
convinced him of one, there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist.
She's talking about you.
That was, one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him, and all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, "Let's send it to your dad to show support." And what I remember of March is just like it's almost like it was a
Whirlwind?
never-ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get
X is
to the
messaging me right now.
point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it, and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other. March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
Wait a minute.
What
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point.
He did cocaine, by the way.
He stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he was not, he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, fake lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking.
I feel like she's feigning being dumb and having never had alcohol or kind of coke in her life.
Ridiculous fight. Like, didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do.
That's the only thing that's
nothing
weird
I
to
could
me.
say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March, though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you.
So nice. We're gonna see the
and I'm going to
the flaming picture.
Show you Defendant's Exhibit 161.
Publish that shit. Michelle
The date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp.
Why?
Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
So Johnny already testified this, and in Johnny's testification,
Like I said, there was a few different
he just said he saw the book, and there was not a specific Friday night incident.
in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles.
And his
we
testification.
sometimes go there.
So what was the problem with
I
these
remember
texts?
he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He
Elon Musk?
Speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. but I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings.
I was about to say.
I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this.
Exhibit?
I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible because and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
What? I don't get it. What? Make a joke of it? How?
I'm going to,
The text, the
Michelle,
disco.
if you can take this one down and
Because disco
bring up
bloodbath. Because he got blood in the
178.
wall. Is what she's saying.
Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Good.
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013.
16?
I sent it to her because I had been texting about some of the craziness, and I...
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right.
I go say then. Go blush it up. Let's get it.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and
Michelle, know what time it is. It's time to blow that shit
figure
up.
out how I can make this stop.
So you can watch it.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Here's the picture.
Thank you, Your
Let's see it. Guys, if I had PBS open, CBS, if it shows up on PBS.
And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown a,
Wait, where's the blood at?
Johnny
On the
slapped
wall.
me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match.
Oh, it's another instance.
And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up like a...
It's the shoulder. When
It's
you
a
see the
bruise.
shoulder
I
move.
remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170?
The face looks fine, but I guess we're gonna see a 170. 17 for sure. You don't know.
Yeah, it didn't look like there were face
Um,
injuries, which is what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say
I'm
it
not
out
done
loud
yet.
because I wasn't
think
sure.
this is fine.
Thank you, Michelle.
I just feel like if she was hit, guys,
If we can.
the language is very
we'll
important
see.
here. When she says,
Started, it's at 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up.
hit multiple times in the face or whatever, and just takes
This
a
is
picture.
a text message
you know?
exchange with your. Thank you, Michelle.
No bruise on the face, but on her arm. Yeah, I just.
If we can, and just for, to start, it's at 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Okay, here
Yes,
we go.
it is.
Okay.
I'm trying to finish a cube. I
Scroll down
can't
and-
figure the fucking thing out to get the goddamn cross.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, let's wait until we get to the spot.
I don't understand. Amber Heard
Alright,
is testifying. Her lawyer is questioning her.
Is this the picture that you sent to your mom on
And they're showing
3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the
Front?
text.
With no words?
Well, it
Right.
says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Up,
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
right.
If we redact the from 2 weeks
Up.
ago, can we admit it then?
Front.
And then just have the, showing that she sent it to her
Seems-
mom.
yeah, what the
Okay.
fuck? All right, mute the mic. Give me a second.
We're
Yeah,
close.
there it is. Okay. Yep, there we go. It's just like, how is it that the picture of her where she gets hit after she said that Johnny repeatedly hit her in the face? Like, how do you get repeatedly hit in the
corners are
face
flipped?
over and over and over by what she literally just said,
Easy
and
clap.
there's nothing on her face? And how would it make any sense that she put makeup on her face to conceal her face, but she didn't do anything with her arm? Like, it's... bro, I don't know about this, guys. I don't know. It seems very odd. Very, very odd.
All right, 170.
I totally believe
And
he
you
gave
can
her the
see
bruise
half
on
of
her
her
arms.
face, too.
But I can also believe he gave her the bruise because she threw a vase at him and he was holding her down so that she wouldn't throw a vase at him.
Jesus, man. He wears rings, by the way? Yeah.
May we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
That's a good point. Yeah, he does wear the rings. Yeah, what about
And that's
that?
the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd,
Let's take a look.
2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March
Wait, was that
2013
the same
with
picture?
Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a
Look at him
couple
on
of
his
these fights
side, I just
in
watch him.
Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by
hungry, dude.
orange, at Orange?
Yeah, I don't know
Sorry,
what the fuck she's
Orange
talking
was
about.
my
Orange-
apartment that I
Orange
kept in Los
County.
Angeles at the time.
Orange
And
is
it
a
was
town.
an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay. Thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him.
What does that matter?
He wanted
'Cause
me
if you say
to
I'm in
remove the
orange,
painting.
people might be confused.
And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not
I
true.
have it on this side and
So
this
I held
side, and I
out.
need to do this combo.
And he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And
She's really painting a
I
picture of
realized
this
that
guy doing a lot of
there-
coke.
that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk
Jesus.
our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out
Frosted
of it. He
Flakes.
was just so convinced that I was. fighting with him
little extra sugar.
or the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, you know, everyone was wondering where he was, and I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person
Is cocaine illegal?
out of my
Yes,
house. I
cocaine
couldn't
is
calm
illegal.
him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she
legal in
occasionally did
Colombia?
cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. You know, maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house. Just getting out of the house.
No way.
And she did.
Very responsible of her not to do that.
I remember
extremely responsible.
his assistants trying to get him out.
The restraint.
Eventually, in the evening, I think early evening, he finally
Snitching on her sister? Yeah, I know.
agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase.
Yeah. One of those
And,
things.
He was still upset, but like seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs. We get in the car. We're on the way there. We're headed up.
I hope they bring up her shitting on the bed.
The street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street.
Okay.
And he has the window down. He's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but you know, he's constantly smoking. And at some point, he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal.
What?
While holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog.
You guys are
You know, it was
50-50
just
for you?
this
That was a tough
eerie
one.
moment where he's howling
Michael Jackson moment.
and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is that I have more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle.
Wow.
And kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one
You're at the end of the
reacted.
cul-de-sac and you're like a few hundred
what
feet
are
away
you
from the
gonna
house.
Avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day.
Okay.
And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. where is he? Let's get him there. You know, so
Uh-huh.
we get him there, and no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone
house.
smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's,
True.
Michelle, can we pull up 167?
Santa, thanks for 100 subs, man. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, man. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, thanks, Santa.
I think is B the one that's in 167?
Thank you very much, man.
Right?
This might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number, and I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is.
Well, mother
did it
sucker.
twice,
If a
so
testimony is that
I don't
nobody
think-
reacted in any way, anywhere, from in to over there, I mean, did she imagine it? What the fuck is going on? I want to hear the story.
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted. So it's
a different version.
it's a
Same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the same
right, well
photograph.
then-
Then we'll go with it. Then what number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
Is that the cocaine box one?
Your Honor, may we approach?
It's a jar.
And here it comes. It's gonna get denied again for the 4th time in a row. How many times in a row are you allowed to try to process things or whatever? Is there a cap? I asked earlier. Is there a cap? What if you try to manipulate the jury by saying, "Oh yeah, this picture we're gonna show it shows this and that and this."
67A
Oh, okay, never mind.
is in evidence. You can publish.
Let's see it.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and Amber, you said that you took this that morning, is that
Yes.
correct?
The flying dog?
Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke.
Are
Like
they
dime bag
doxing his
bags of
ID?
Coke.
Okay.
It's a California
and what are
ID.
these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay.
These are some pretty severe lines, though.
And do you
Jesus.
know what is in these two glasses
you know,
that
X?
have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different. Actually, it's confusing. They're different, different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe, at the time I was doing these tabs. They're Barocca. That's what they're called. They're little tablets, and anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time,
2 megapints
March
and 4
2013,
megalines.
I hadn't, I still didn't have
Yeah, but
the,
that's a shot glass, boys.
hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing
Move your head.
things
Sorry.
like trying to pour it out when I could.
Oh, you guys can see it.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the
know.
left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and
so close to
cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it there appears to be a CD of some
close,
sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single. I believe is
Oh,
what
that's
it's called.
nothing.
The single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay.
Is she saying she believes it's
All right.
called a
Now,
single? Like she
did
doesn't know
you
what a
end
single
up
is?
sending
You watch too
copy
many
of
movies.
this picture to Rocky Pennington that
You
day?
watch too many movies.
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and I was like, "Look at my morning."
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you
I
said.
wanna be weird,
but you
guys. All
sent
my
it to
friends
your
did
friend,
cocaine,
correct?
okay?
Let's go to 167, please. And is that the
Back in the
email
days.
in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22?
Yes.
2013? I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it.
Dude.
With the top.
Come on.
With identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
Where was that
All right,
from?
any objection?
No objection.
All right, so we'll do those redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
Let's see it. I want
That
to
was
see that.
not his chair. You got to be smoking. You got to be doing crack with Johnny Depp.
All right.
I don't think they're gonna cross-examine
I
her
don't wanna be
today. It
weird.
seems like.
Please.
I don't want
Maybe
to be
they're-
weird. Okay, from my understanding, guys, I had a lot of friends who did cocaine. They'd take an actual key of their house, and they'd take like a small
and
mini
is
juicer
this
or a
the
mini scoop. They wouldn't
text
do
message-
fucking
the email
lines.
that
Like
you
these
sent
are
to
pretty
Rocky
severe.
with this
That's a lot of juice, man.
Yes.
Yeah, my friends.
That's a
did it.
fucking good juicer, man.
No,
Now
like all
I'm
my
going
friends that did
to
cocaine. That it was not me. It was my friends that did cocaine. They
Take
were
you
cocaine using friends.
to-
So I have this friend that does cocaine
Let's
that thinks
go
you're cute.
to-
Anyway, he was wondering if
keep
you
on-
thought I was cute.
Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It is it's a like a fancy trailer park.
I'm
Like a
back to
little
this part.
Hotel in the middle of nowhere.
This
set up
part.
with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat
yeah.
mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do.
podcast
out
drugs, they
there.
say.
It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert with a few friends and campfire and music and.
The OG
I don't know
yard.
who somebody brought MDMA.
I'm streaming with
It was
XQC,
being
yeah.
passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire. all of
MDMA
us,
is a
and
little
she kinda
more
just leaned
hard
into
than
me
mushrooms.
And put her, head on my
No?
shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug.
Yeah.
And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically.
Do we know dry or wet?
before
Can we
I really felt
know?
anything of the effects of that
For the
but
courts?
That was the
In a tea,
environment
raw.
we're in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts. Well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that it was a joke. But he was like, "Hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing?" And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more, and I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, "Hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl." And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh?" And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen.
I guess 30.
And she's crying, and was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of communicating.
No
I
way.
don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but...
Isn't everybody fucking bust at that point, though? At that point?
I remember in the
It's been a while in the story.
he's
Like,
accusing me
completely
of
fucking
lying
cooked
about
up.
it, and that I...
Probably.
You know, that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down.
Probably a bit
and,
MDMA'd up.
He just turned all that... it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down, like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me.
Not the wall sconce.
And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense.
I think she's getting high now.
I realize that he's just probably really high. Because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Hiding what?
And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom.
You can smell
I
it.
gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him, and I said, like, what am I hiding, and where am I gonna hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, you know, what it feels like patting me down, or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things. I was like, you know, I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he proceeds to do a cavity search.
Huh?
He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense.
Wait, what? Wait, wait a minute. That's bad. That doesn't make sense.
Telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we?
I don't think I'd know how to conduct a cavity search.
Like, just shoved his fingers inside me.
Yeah, chat, wait.
Just stood there staring at the stupid light.
Oh, man, she's high now.
I don't know what,
I'm sorry,
I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around.
So I don't want to be insensitive. It's just mushrooms and lights and I don't know. I'll talk about it later.
I didn't say like stop or anything. I just stood there. While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything. I just.
Feels a bit forced. I mean, I'm listening.
The next morning,
I listen to what people say. You know
what transpired.
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept.
Yeah.
I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, you know, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176?
My Lox Bagel's here.
I don't believe her. I feel like some of the personal anecdotes about like dog stepping on a bee, about the dress and stuff like that. These, if I was very cynical, I would say these are
Did there come a time
deliberately
that you
put in there to make it sound relatable.
email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay.
You see what I'm saying? It's like it's deliberately put in there to make her seem relatable to the jury. You see kind of where I'm at, right? It's like, and like there have been a number of these cases where like she'll make these asides, and like also there are like these irrelevant details, etc. Like and again, like I like if I had to guess, like I bet it probably didn't happen this way. Like maybe some of this happened, but I bet it didn't happen this way. Because like, okay, you're on mushrooms. John, everybody else is fucked up on mushrooms. but somehow you remember everything down to like the details and like what people are doing, the dialogue, but then after that you forget everything, and then you remember what shirt the guy was wearing. It's just like, how is it that you remember all the things that don't matter, and you forget the things that do matter? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what the fuck, right?
In June 2013,
I don't know how the drugs work, so it's hard for me to
How were
really
you
say.
feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away from?
sure.
Thank you.
I
do mushrooms.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt.
God, cringiest fucking relationship I ever heard.
So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was, but he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful thing that would come out and
Monster.
take over, and it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him, no one was honest with him, no one, he'd pass out in his own vomit, he'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick.
They're laughing.
And then he'd walk around saying,
oh my God,
he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean, and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like...
Oh my God.
like my...
Oh my God.
Like my soulmate, as cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something, that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life."
They proved him innocent all this years
Everyone
ago?
else was saying that to me, and I believed it.
Yeah.
If everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and promise. I had so much hope.
Twice my age, by the way.
The whole thing. Kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do.
50-year-old man sperm.
Which would save his life, which would be
I
to get
feel
clean
like
and sober.
He was just a cool actor that she was infatuated with, and then she found out that he's like a 50-year-old man who's boring and liked music.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll overrule for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Where's the letter? Well, she wrote it to herself.
Did there come a time later?
I bet
in
she
June
did. Like, I believe that.
You finally met
Sure.
Johnny's kids.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013.
Okay.
I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, you know, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And
I'd be so pissed if I was the mother.
Okay.
I finally got to meet them
so weird if Johnny
at the Lone Ranger premiere.
Remember what I said about the
Disneyland?
irrelevant anecdotes that are personal,
yeah,
that are
summer
relatable to the
2013.
audience?
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much
Well, I
of a
said
jump,
that.
to June 26, 2013.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's something. Ain't that something?
There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that particular event.
I think this is the worst thing
Well,
Johnny's
that
done.
was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny.
Keep in mind, they get married after this.
I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe.
That's how old I am.
And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's a,
I haven't.
Oh my God.
A kind of, I never knew anyone to
I'd rather do coke
get
than
violent
MDMA.
on it.
That's my opinion.
I thought, well, this is a
That's a tough
relatively
question.
contained
I don't know
environment.
if I have an answer for that.
Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be.
Oh, that's what he
fun
meant.
girlfriend.
Oh, I get it.
And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
I wouldn't do either one. I don't do drugs, by the way.
What happened?
No drugs.
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really. It felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose.
Yeah.
If you can say. And the flight attendant,
a mega capsule.
Johnny offered her some. She of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us.
All right.
And within, a few minutes go by, and
bring some over to the pilot too.
The same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, you know, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny.
Yeah, I don't know what MDMA friendly is.
Grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like, you know, like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify, and he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist.
Do you know how many pounds of pressure?
And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on.
Same
called
sort,
it
yeah.
loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, you know, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me.
All of the people,
because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time
Johnny has
I
been
understood he had a
violent
particular
towards,
thing, a
were on
sensitivity
drugs.
about me and women, because I had a female partner.
So they have plausible deniability
So
to not remember.
I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride. At least I didn't say anything to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, you know, like we'd given her drugs, you know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time, and
yeah.
At one point, Johnny just shoves me, like, I mean, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table.
Damn.
I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was a, you know, I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, you know, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, you know. At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face. And
okay.
I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was a sense that he didn't know what was going on. You know,
is this the nail polish?
I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my nose.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt just felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed.
I don't get what.
I don't know how else to describe it.
Did
I
Jerry
just felt
say
like
it was nail polish?
just
Who
really
said it was nail polish?
embarrassing, and I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry gave me Jerry.
Oh, Johnny said it was.
Let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting. I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. You know, I just wanted him to acknowledge
For
that.
Jerry? No, Jerry's probably telling the truth. That part probably did happen.
That he could hurt me. You know.
She put the
And
polish on her face.
I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think
To
I was
implicate
interested
him.
in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would
To bolster
capable of
her
cheating on
story.
him.
You see what
I
I'm
was
saying?
in love with him.
Because of
I
course he
wanted-
would do
you
that
know,
if
I
he
just
saw
wanted
that
things
there
to
was
be
red
okay.
polish on her face.
This is before they
Let's
got
take you
married,
to
though,
July
right?
9,
Oh, Jerry's dead?
2013. Did there come a time that you went for
There's a pattern
ride
of
on,
this.
you went to the Bahamas and went
People
on a ride
who take Amber's
on a
side
yacht
end
with
up
Johnny
dying.
and his kids?
Wow. Well,
was
that's
less
so
like that.
interesting. Or they're on
We
drugs.
flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was
Wow.
selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip
what
on
a
the yacht.
fucking
that was
sentence
docked
she just
off
said out
the
loud.
Island, and
Okay.
I went with him.
Sell the
and
yacht to
his,
J.K. Rowling.
Kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and
That's
loved.
nice.
And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking.
Classic.
And the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, you know, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said, but
Yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry.
Okay.
So she was upset, and
She started
Johnny
asking
kind of-
questions about the drinking.
We were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it. Almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way, like. It looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. You know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary.
Okay.
The way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose
Okay.
started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can
She tried to use the
tell
word express.
expressions or observations.
She tried to
but
use
you
the word
can't say what
expressed.
Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack, like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves.
Do they never call her Lily?
Looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny.
This got to be so awkward for Lily to watch.
I don't remember the words he used, but
she's
starts
probably getting this on her
accusing me
YouTube
of kind
homepage.
of, like, telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. Yeah. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. Yeah. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me.
I don't know why mods are deleting Cap. It's an auto mod thing.
No, it was an
Maybe too
embarrassment.
many emotes.
I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying. But the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I communicated when I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island.
Stupid
so
rich ass family.
Go to the
landing, helicopter.
You
get a helicopter to take you up a
maybe
boat.
It was a different, island we had to get to.
Bro,
to leave,
it's a fucking boat.
We take off. I'm holding Lily Rose in my, literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind.
Okay.
And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also
Johnny.
felt like I had done something wrong.
Right?
He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely, and I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Okay,
I cannot
here we go.
afford the
Here
yacht.
We go. We're going to have proof? All right.
It is already into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
Publish it to the jury.
We're going to finally have proof of something.
And Amber, I'm going to ask.
Just win 20 more poker games? No, 200 more. No, 10 more. No.
History.
100 more.
Live testimony. Maybe they have the evidence of it on their channel. Hold up. Nope. Who's cutting hair in the salon? Who's doing that shit, man?
What do you mean? A lot of people get their hair cut in a salon.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to
This is
break for
probably-
the day. Okay. I think it's
Rears,
probably good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and
Beers,
conclude for today.
cheers,
Again, do not do
sapphires,
anything about this
leers,
case. Do not do any
cheers,
outside
peers.
research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay?
What? No!
Thank you.
All right. Day 1 of Amber Heard over. Notter's bars.
I'm only standing up because my candy's far away now. I only have one left.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. Anything further before? All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. See you later tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow, Honor. Where was the evidence that they were going to show?
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay?
My law school is mid. I will try to do better. That's what happens when you don't go to a tier one law school.
Like ASU, baby. ASU is a great law school.
Did COVID make you buy like Trump? No. Such a bad take. How can you say that when you don't understand that ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape?
What a crazy sentence you just read out loud.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. The reason why I was able to fucking roll through COVID like the way I did is because, one, I'm really fortunate, I think. You know, I got lucky. There's probably the amount of...
You're vaccinated. I think it's about it, right? Vaccinated and lucky.
The plaintiffs, the way they react to some of the stories is like laughing, being surprised, being like taken aback by what she's saying, which makes me think that they're somewhat confident about the cross they're gonna give or the inaccuracy of the information.
The cross-examination will be interesting. I think for sure Johnny Depp seems like a super narcissistic, rich guy who got away with everything because he was a famous Hollywood actor. And I could totally believe he was a giant knob to people around him. But she's not the angel at all that she's like, I feel like, in the stories. Where she's like, at one point she was like, he was drinking alcohol and it was like a brown liquid. It's like, bro, you've done coke, MDMA, fucking shrooms. You definitely know if it was like whiskey or something. Like, you could. What the hell happened to this guy? What happened to this guy? That guy is crazy. Muscle. All right, let's get one. Let's get one right now. Hey, if you guys haven't already, enable the experimental mode on the extension. All right, first of all, you got to get the extension. What is this? A lot of you don't get it. Ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape. So if you have one Astro ape and 3 slurp juices, you can create 3 new apes. Tonight's slurp juice mint event is essentially minting event for both lab monkeys in special form. You don't get it. You don't get it, man. The NFT market is collapsing. Sales fell to a daily average of about 19,000 this week, a 92% decline from a peak in December of 225,000. Active wallets fell 88% from a high in November. Holy shit. Dude, what happened this day? It fell off the face of the earth. Just heard BBC Ross Atkins discussing something called NFTs. Have concluded that the world has gone stark raving bonkers. Apparently people are paying big money for the emperor's clothes. This sounds like tulip mania for the digital age, but you don't even have to get the damned bulbs to eat. Tulip mania is probably the best comparison to NFTs. Tulip Mania. I forget the empire, but there was an empire that was, the tulips were very valuable. And so they were using tulips as basically like a form of currency. It was the Dutch. And everybody kept buying tulips. And the value of tulips was skyrocketing. So people were buying tulips and holding them and selling them. And then it collapsed and everyone was like, oh, I got a bunch of fucking tulip bulbs. What, this is useless as shit. And that's it. There's probably way more details that I'm glossing over, but that's because I'm a streamer, not a geographer. Anyway, let's play Geoguessr. Couple rounds of Geoguessr for the lads. If you guys haven't, though, enabled the experimental mode, like I just said, if you enable the experimental mode, then you have access to be able to gomble, and gomble for big channel points. Looks like Malaysia. Super Asian. You know what? I don't even have to look anymore. This is actually Malaysian. Jesus Christ, it's the Philippines. That's a bummer. Experimental mode of what? The extension. So you go to the YouTube. If you downloaded the extension, you click this pig, and then you scroll down an account to experimental mode. You enable it, and then you refresh. That's also the same place where if you were subbed on Twitch, you can try to add your sub-age. We're in Vienna, Austria. Why Vienna? Because it's always Vienna. Watch. Holy shit, I was right. I turn on experimental mode, and now what? Well, now you can gomble. I think you click on this. There should be like an overlay that happens when you're watching the stream. It's hard for me because I am the streamer. So I click on this now. And look at this. Oh. Wow. Look at all this. So you got to click this little icon of me. Anyway, I haven't been paying much attention. I'm just going to guess La Paz. Not even signed up for his own extension. Well, I am the streamer. It was close to Santiago. I was closer. Update the plugin. It works on Firefox already. That is true. Probably Colombia. Chile is such a nice country, no cap. Yeah, I mean, they have like such a large amount of land and it's all ocean front. Like, what a fucking dream. I think we're not in Thailand anymore. Or, excuse me, not in Colombia anymore. I think that was a stupid guess. Yeah, it was. We're in Thailand. I always get Thailand and Colombia confused, which doesn't seem like it's something that you should confuse, but I do that. I don't know, UK in it. Most of Chile's land is Antarctica. Well, like, yeah, but they're like useful lands. Do people own Antarctica? UK was right. Love that. No, I'm getting no's and yeses, which means science hasn't figured it out. These trees seem kind of Baltic, maybe even Polish. Could be Finnish. I'm gonna go the northern tip of Estonia. I can't say Polish trees anymore without getting lit up. I was right. It was the Baltic region. I went a little too far north. It was Latvia. This is the Baltic Sea. These are 3 Baltic countries. Probably South Africa, but let's find out. When's the next court date? Tomorrow, 9 a.m. I'll be live for it. Tomorrow, I'm going to stream the court and then I'm gonna stream the sponsored event, which is the thumbnail contest. I think Atrioc's gonna come over. I might do 2 streams tomorrow even, we'll find out. But Atrioc's gonna come over, and we're gonna go over all the thumbnails you guys sent in for Ludwig's Flying Aces. Alright, let's just double check that we're in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, we are. Alright, hopefully this is South Africa. It could be Australia. Oh, really good guess. It was Botswana, but I was close. Big A in the yard when? The thing about it is Big A could go in the yard every episode. You know what I mean? Like, he always fits. He always plugs. So we don't gotta do it because we can always do it. You know? Think about it. Anyway, we're in Kenya. Next to Nairobi. I was closer there. Almost an elimination. Bring Stav back. I do love Stav. I get recommended all of his stand-up specials on TikTok. Seems Russian. This one's actually kind of tough. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little nervous. I want to say it's Bulgaria. But I don't want to lock that in. UA? I really need a high level website domain here. Because otherwise I think I lose this. What is UA? Wait, I'm being dumb. Is that not the Ukrainian flag? Is Ukraine not UK? UA. I mean, it just has to be Ukraine, right? Like, I'm being stupid if I don't go to Ukraine. I don't want to go to... I'll go to Kyiv. Oh, lucky guess. He went to the other large city. What was wrong? Oh. UK. UK turns out to be a little bit taken. Oh, wait. Apparently experimental mode doesn't need to be used anymore. You can just update the extension or the plugin or refresh your browser, and then it's automatically enabled. So you guys can all gomble for free. Anyway, we're in South America. Africa. No, that was such a bad fucking guess. We're in Cambodia. No, we're in Brazil. I knew we were in Brazil. Oh, wow. Interesting guess from you over there. Interesting guess. Why did you guess such a terrible guess? That's curious. That's curious. Where do you download the extension? Look in the description, man. It's like the top thing. How do I actually gamble? There's a little overlay right above here that has my body. And then you click on that, and then you just sign up, and then you can gamble. There's also, we have a battle pass that we're working on, which is like basically if you watch, you unlock emotes and stuff. I don't know. We're just toying with it at the moment. I think it could be a cool idea, but we'll see, I guess. I think we're in Australia. Maybe New Zealand. Yeah, like a Fortnite battle pass. I knew it was New Zealand. Dude, you are literally sniping or just terrible. Battle pass is a good idea to retain viewers. You know, that's the hope here. It gives a little value, you know, maybe... You know, people start watching a little more, you know, like tee-hee. A yellow badge on a car. Very narrow streets. Hold up, I know exactly where we are. I hit it. I hit it. Let's see if this stream sniper can figure it out. It was Jersey. It was not France. Easy. Easy dub. We're in a pickup truck. I think I know the country that this is, but it's... I don't feel 100% confident. It could be Hawaii. It's definitely an island nation. I think it's Hawaii. I don't want to show where in Hawaii I'm going to click, though. Hawaii's really far out there. It's crazy that the Americans own Hawaii with how far that shit is. I'm not baiting. Okay, I went with Guam. It was American Samoa. It's always one or the other, man. It's always one or the other. He went with the middle of the ocean. I could have won on that if I was better on my 50-50. Guam or American Samoa? If I knew I was driving on the left, I would have gone with American Samoa, but actually, do they drive on the... Fuck, I don't even know. I mean, I'm definitely getting some Eastern Europe vibes. Just call it Samoa. It's called American Samoa. Because I imagine there's a regular Samoa, no? I'm just going to go with right here. I think I'm wrong about this. For those wondering, let's say my friend The Veil, do you have to be at your computer tomorrow night to become a finalist? The competition said winners will be notified by now. No, you don't, because you've already submitted it. But if you are part of the top 20, yeah, you don't have to be ready for anything. The question is, where are we? Like, I know where we are because of the language, but I'm trying to figure out where we are. You know what I mean? Just kidding. I don't know where we are at all. What? I got baited. I got baited so hard. Because we were also driving on the left. I got heckin' owned. Bangladesh, baby. That's a death. Yeah, let's go. All right, we're one away from gold. One away from gold. One more. One more. Come on, Muds. Come on, Muds. One more bet. One more bet. One away from gold. I'm feeling it. I'm really feeling it. Vodafone AL. Albania? Albania. AL? AL. Where the heck? Oh, wait, I literally said Albania and then gave up on thinking about where I was at all. That was weird to me. I said Albania, I saw AL, and I was like, where could we possibly be? What a curious problem. Yeah, it's Albania. There we go. Within 141 yards. We got a perfect score. Dude. Wow, what a guess. We were one street away. All right, I'm just going to go Argentina, call it a day. I don't think I've ever had a guess that good. I think I might just knock this person out right now, and then I will be gold again. Oh, called it. Feels good. Feels good, man. Just enough points. Back to gold, baby. And I did it live. And I did it live. Zero sweats here. Zero sweatas. Don't lose. I'm going to lose channel points. Here's the thing about it. I'm just kind of good nowadays. I'm just kind of good. What are people playing on video game websites these days? New TSM article?
We have decided it's to be appropriate to like find them or to make Andy not interact with just specifically the league team, but they're never going to kick TSM out of the league, man. They're never going to do that.
What is the drama?
I just don't think so. Like it'll feel like such a huge thing for them. It's in their best interest to just kind of look the other way for as long as possible. Isn't it? $410 million evaluated company kicking them out of the league? It's just better for them to just fucking stick their head in the sand. I know it's not fair, but like it's the best for them. It's selfishly the best for them. That's why I don't think this would ever happen. I would love for that to happen. If there's justice in this world, this would happen. I'm just trying to be realistic. I don't think they can force him to sell, man. Like, I just don't think so. TSM is bigger than just LCS. LCS is just one. Before that would happen, he would just sell his spot in LCS, straight up. Like, before any of that stuff would ever happen, step down as CEO, he would fucking turn everything into flames and just forcibly sell his spot in LCS to some other.
This is some mogul mail content right here. What is this? FaZe Clan released an amended S4 filing today, and company performances sound like a disaster. Revising all forecasts as down. Changes since last S4 are in red and green. What? So FaZe Clan was trying to go public, right? By doing a SPAC where they go public through another company, and then after going public through the other company, they change the public name back to FaZe. It's kind of like wearing a giant trench coat and stacking 3 people on top of each other to walk into the movie theater and then taking it off once you're inside. It's not scummy, it's just a business maneuver. However, you still have to be very honest about all the reporting and all of your company earnings. And it sounds like FaZe's estimates in estimated earnings. Like, let's take a look here. In 2021, our annual income was $10 million less than our projected. Wow. Wow. And because of that, we are changing our predictions for 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Okay. Right. We expect revenues to be lower than projected in phase forecasts by at least 20% as a result of changes to original programming plan for 2022 in order to reduce higher than anticipated costs in connection with one of the planned scripted shows. 20% for one damn show? To help Phase's growth strategy after the business combination, assuming at the time the Phase forecasts were prepared, at least 75% of proceeds would be available given the lower level redemptions for similar transactions. Phase management believed were reasonable basis to assume redemptions would not be material. Okay. Dude, who would put money into this dumpster fire? Putting money into esports as a whole is like just basically throwing it into a fire, and that is the value that it has. But this, I feel like it makes FaZe seem like a terrible dumpster fire. Why would FaZe even want to go public? Because you get so much fucking money. Do you know, like, the esports org with the most money right now is Luminosity. Luminosity is owned by Enthusiast Gaming, and Enthusiast Gaming is a publicly traded company, and they have a shit ton of money, even if their stock has gone down 74% up in the past 5 years. Their market cap is $260 million. Interesting. I don't think I can make a mogul mail on this. I'll be honest. I'm too fucking dumb. I'm too dumb, but it is interesting.
People even snipe on the new unranked? I don't think so. Probably like 10 people. Next time I do this, I might. 3 minutes. I'm grabbing some water. If he kills me, then so be it. Yeah, nice try, idiot. I pretended to leave. Nice fucking try. Nice fucking try, dude. Ah! Ah! No, I cannot get wobbled again. No.
That's fire. Me and Zane are the same. I just do it in Geoguessr.
Can most people?
We are the exact same, though. Oh, shit. There's a Washington Post article about this. At TSM and Blitz, staff described toxic workplace and volatile CEO. In March 2021, employees at the esports org TSM were summoned to a virtual all-hands meeting to discuss the termination of the company's recently hired head of HR. When the company execs were brought on board, the reception was positive. But weeks after the new exec joined, employees learned that he had been let go after an apparent disagreement with Andy, the CEO and founder, over a recruitment practice the new executive wanted to implement. During a question and answer portion on the all-hands call, one employee asked Andy to explain what prompted the firing. That's when Andy told the whole company that the HR person was let go because he asked a question Andy didn't like. I think he realized how ridiculous it sounded, so he followed up by saying, well, he asked 2 questions I didn't like. That is twice as bad. Okay? To be fair, that is twice as bad. No one wants to ask any questions after that. Since 2009, Andy built TSM into one of the premier esports orgs in the world, competing in a variety of esports. And they had an estimated $410 million deal with FTX for a 10-year naming right. No, $210 million deal. They were labeled as the most valuable esports org by Forbes in 2020. That's it. However, allegations of workplace abuse have long circulated around the 30-year-old founder. In videos dating back almost a decade, Andy can be seen yelling at athletes.
Yo, Baker. Yo, fucking SKT much. Yo, Donnie sucks dick. Oh yeah, but I'll figure out shit off, dude. I'm first year, right? Oh, until later on. The bike gang is dead. The bike gang, and then fucking got double kill. Why am I got double kill?
I know, because Donnie played the mid. He was guaranteed to.
But the Donnie sucks dick, dude. Donnie's probably shit, dude. Donnie sucks dick, dude. I can tell he sucks dick, dude. You would death have a pistol, dude. On a low damage scene.
Is that Andy that I'm hearing in the background saying Dyer sucks dick?
That's so fucking trash, dude.
He got his death cap so early, though.
Yeah, no, but you should have won death cap with him. It would have carried so hard. People would have walked around one-shotting everyone. And calling them bitches. It's like he one-shots Ari just as fast as Ari one-shots him. Like, oh, he has to go, bitch, dude. Go fucking pussy-ass bitch, don't like wrong.
That was crazy of him. That behavior extended past the esports teams, however, according to a dozen current employees who part of companies founded and run by Din. Many of the teams range from sales or programming to content, and they said they witnessed workers get called out and then publicly shamed. And yeah. Nobody wanted to be in a one-on-one meeting with Andy because you had no witnesses. Oh, what a terrifying sentence. What a terrifying sentence. You missed the best part ever? Give me the timestamp. I'll go back to it. I'll keep it up if you tell me the timestamp. It's a 9-minute video. I don't think I want to watch 9 minutes of Andy berating someone. Nobody wanted to be a one-on-one meeting. I mean, literally, who knew if Andy was going to scream or yell at you, degrade you, be friendly, or just get confused or inquisitive? You weren't sure what Andy you were going to get, but the people on the call, the more likely Andy wasn't going to be a complete volcano. Furthermore, multiple LA-based TSM and Blitz workers believe they were misclassified as contractors rather than employees. The distinction between employees and contractors defines, among other things, how a worker is paid and the benefits to which they're entitled. Yeah, contracted employees don't get jack shit, which is why there was a law that they were trying to pass that would say all Uber drivers would have to be employees and not contractors. But it didn't pass, which was sad because Uber paid like $100 million to not pass it. But yeah, that is a thing. And you pay more taxes as a contractor, yeah. Is Slime a contractor? I almost hire no contract. Well, I hire contract employees, but that's like for a 1 week thing. I have like 14 employees and they're all full time. 7:05.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm playing a game. Okay, and we're not even talking to you. Why are you being a little bitch about it? You're a little fucking rager, dude.
Dude, that's insane. We won't be commenting on confidential personnel issues, especially complaints made by anonymous individuals who feel they were misclassified in their employment status, TSM and Blitz spokesperson Gillian Sheldon told the Post. Last year, both Riot Games, which operates League and other esports, began investigations into allegations of bullying and verbal abuse made against Andy, as first reported by Wired. The investigations began shortly after Doublelift, a former star, described Andy as a bully who gets away with being a bad person because he's powerful in a live stream. It is cool how openly Doublelift talks about that. He's never been one to not share his mind. Okay, keep it going. TSM shared a statement with the Post, echoing its statement to Wired. No one cares. Nobody asked. The number of executives who were let go is massive. If I was a VP, I would not want to work there. Cool. Andy shared a statement to The Wire. Nobody cares. I was too harsh and ineffective with my vocabulary. Nobody asked, Andy. The statement rankled some TSM employees. It's funny that his most recent quote was, "I have high expectations," because I think his expectations are just ridiculous. Andy would come in after everyone would work super hard and say, "That's not what I want." We were basically chasing after a goal of trying to read his mind. It's one of the worst run companies I've ever been in. Okay. Contracted employees in California and labor law. All right, don't let my mods read this. Don't let my mods read this. Why are you skipping this? Because I'm more so curious about the problems within TSM, not the differences between contract worker and full-time worker, which feels like it's just going to be TSM people saying it's a misclassification, and then the workers being like, I should be a full-time employee, which I'm on the worker side, but I think it's summed into a good sentence. But also, it's a very long article, and I have a bad attention span. I'm afraid of being fired. The startup like atmosphere at Andy's companies meant that processes would be a standard at other companies, such as onboarding for new workers. So is this like more information from the Wired article that came out a few months ago? Or doubling down of sorts? In 2020, after TSM's Valorant squad lost in the finals of the game at First Strike North America, Andy sat in on numerous work calls and verbally tore down some of the speakers in the updates they were presenting, according to one attendee. In one meeting, for example, while reviewing work he had assigned a few weeks prior, Andy started questioning why the work was being presented at all, saying it wasn't a good use of anyone's time. Yeah, he just sounds like a dick. TSM's only got one good thing left, man. And it's Cutie Cinderella. Holding that org together, man.
Look like a folds me, but 2, Keating told him to flip his hand in his friendly game, I don't care, smoke weed family. And Slime himself tweeting, 1, nonverbal flip over the line, look like a folds me, but 2, Keating told him to flip his hand in his friendly game, I don't care, smoke weed family. And
QTK. I do love OTK. OTK doesn't pay damn near enough for Cutie. Come on, man. She deserves more squeesh than OTK could delve out. Get that bread she deserves. Oh, I forgot Budo's in TSM. I think I've forgotten that exact fact like 3 times, though. Sorry, I'm 5 hours and 33 minutes late. Hey, absolutely zero worries, man. Don't even fret. That does lead us to the end of the stream, though, boys. Hope you guys all